It's not YouTube, it's StreamYard.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to do something.
Now we're live.
Okay, StreamYard.
Puck Tuck is where it's at, baby.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
I call bullshit. Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Cash Money can put this change in my piggy bank any day.
Respect my authority!
Easy, man. Screw you guys. I'm out of here.
Okay, see you later, Baron. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this Sunday edition of Pacific 4 Pop Talk, along with Cash Money 007, Baron Orman Tag. I'm your host, Mike, and this afternoon, this morning, this evening, depending on where you are, we are going to be talking about the following articles. We have two from Bounding into Comics that we're going to talk about.
What?
And the main one will be Deadpool and Wolverine director Sean Levy rejects the idea of cinematic superhero fatigue. People are way too quick to declare the last rites of the superhero genre. Well, Sean, have you been looking at the recent box office numbers for superhero movies? Look at the Flashlight.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Look at the Flash last year. Look at the Marvels. Look at Madam Web this year, among others. You know, Eternals.
Yeah, I don't think they
Well,
did too bad.
I got to take on it.
Very
I'm
good.
surprised you guys. I'm going to wait until we get there. I'm not going to say it now, man. Not going to say it now. I know you want me to fire off my shots now, so I have nothing to say later on. But,
Sure, but
Don't fire them
no
off
pressure.
yet. Don't
Yeah,
fire them off yet.
Yeah, don't make me.
You know what really grinds my gears?
You know, yeah.
Another article we'll talk about during today's show is Toho has a Godzilla room laying down rules for respecting their property in every iteration.
Yay!
Find out what their rules are and what was that?
Oh, that's sorry. That was me. Sorry. I didn't think you could hear that. Never mind. Never mind.
Well, we'll also talk about Wednesday becoming the biggest production ever shot in Ireland from comicbook.com.
Yay.
And we'll also take a look at the trailer for the first part of season 6 of Cobra Kai, the final season of the Karate Kid series.
So far.
Well, we'll also take a look at the weekend box office to see how Despicable Me 4 did compared to Inside Out and a few other movies that are out there. And also, as I was looking through, I did see another article that we may end up talking about.
What? On the Rumble side, right?
No, that's on Wednesdays, Baron.
Oh, What day is-
Unless we have a guest who only wants to be on the YouTube side and Rebel side for their time here, or we're doing a watch party.
It's not Wednesday? Oh, okay.
I'm
I'm all screwed up with my days.
It's Sunday. It's Sunday.
Oh.
This is
Sunday Fun Day?
the Sunday edition of Pop Talk. Jeez, man.
Sunday Fun Day. Hey.
But you know what? I know this is a surprise article. Let me just see if it's a recent article before we talk about it. Because you know what? Let's go ahead and talk about this first before we get into the Deadpool and Wolverine.
Oh,
I think this is interesting.
This is the one you just found, huh? Okay.
Yes, this is the one I just found.
Okay. I can't wait. This is going to be a super secret one that we don't know about. Woo! Now I'm going to be super, everything's going to be, I don't know.
I've never heard of moviemaker.com.
No.
But it's one that popped up on Bounty in the Comics page.
Hey, look, it's our favorite actor.
Yes, Alec, I didn't shoot Baldwin.
Alec one shot Baldwin.
And
there we go.
And before we even get into this article, I do want to say hello to Phil McCracken, who says, "Oh, looky, Pop Talk. I hope their support after the show, when Cash gets depressed and saddened that he has to wait till Wednesday. We all need to support Cash's depression. He needs Rodney." Okay.
Rodney Dahl.
What the hell?
I don't know.
That's weird, Phil. That's in a weird area, Phil.
Yeah. And when it's Phil. It's Phil. What do you expect?
Yeah, but that's a very weird area.
From Kraken,
Just
worst
saying.
troll ever.
So this is from moviemaker.com. It says Rust safety advisor says Alec Baldwin pushed back against his writing advice. There was a bit of yelling. Are we
Really?
surprised? Are we
Only a bit,
surprised?
huh?
I'm shocked. But not amazed, just shocked.
This is by Marjoie Sipel. I don't know if I pronounced that right or not. So I could guess at it. Alec Baldwin argued about horseback riding on the set of Rust to the point that a bit of yelling took place, according to a safety advisor who worked on the Western movie after production resumed following the accidental shooting death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Hutchins died from a gunshot wound injuries after a loaded gun went off in Baldwin's hand on the set of the movie in October 2021.
Okay,
Now-
okay, sorry. So this incident that we're reading about here took place after Baldwin unalived a young lady.
Yeah.
And he's still balking. Okay, I just want to make sure I got everything.
Yeah. See why when I saw the headline, it piqued my interest. Now on set, safety advisor Paul Jordan, who was not present at the time of Hutchins' death, but who worked with Baldwin after production resumed 18 months later, is set to testify at the actor's involuntary manslaughter trial. It's scheduled to begin next week in Santa Fe, New Mexico, where the production was filming at the time of Hutchins' death.
It's been
After
18 months?
Yeah.
Wow.
After production on Rust resumed in 2023, safety was, of course, a big priority, but Jordan says Baldwin tried to ignore advice when it came to riding horses at a first fast gallop. Are we surprised?
No.
Everything that we've learned from Baldwin, specifically on the set of Rust, raises a red flag from the very beginning, from the onset of pre-production to production itself, this was bad juju on the set.
Well, what a time for. Oh no, I'm not going to say it. But
There's
shades of Christopher Reeve. That's all I was going to say. What a time we could have shades of Christopher Reeve, if you know what I mean.
There was a little bit of yelling at times, and he could do certain things that everyone else felt he couldn't do. Jordan testified in a pre-trial interview. Jordan explained that Baldwin, who has a bad hip, needed the help of multiple people in order to mount the horse, but he still wanted to ride very quickly over uneven ground. Safety officers advised him to keep it to a slow walk, but according to Jordan, Baldwin disagreed. We took the gallop out of it completely, Jordan said. He just kept insisting that he was capable of doing it, and we didn't feel he was. Well, I mean, someone with a bad hip probably shouldn't be going at a fast pace on a horse.
He just wants to
Baldwin,
show Kim that he still has it. That's all. You divorced me.
I don't know who
Look at me. Look how good I am.
I don't know who he wants to show except himself. Go, I still got it. That's right. I still got it.
I think you're right. I think it's him. His own ego.
Baldwin relented and ended up agreeing to slow down on the horse, very reluctantly, Jordan added. Jordan's testimony will be used by prosecutors to demonstrate what they argue is an ongoing pattern of disregarding safety from Baldwin. But Baldwin's attorneys argue that what happened on the Montana set 18 months after Hutchins' death shouldn't be used against him. Of course they're going to argue against that.
Right.
Nothing that took place in Montana more than a year after the accident occurred is relevant to any issue in this case. Are you sure about that? You're still resuming the filming of the same movie in a different location with the same person responsible for the death still involved with that movie. It's going to raise questions. It's all linked together as far as I'm concerned. But anyways, it says nothing that took place in Montana more than a year after the accident occurred is relevant to any issue in this case. The defense argued in a motion to stop Jordan's testimony, according to Variety. Last week, New Mexico Judge Mary Sommer denied Baldwin's motion to have his involuntary manslaughter charges dismissed. Baldwin has denied any wrongdoing in Hutchins' death. He has said that the gun went off in his hand without him pulling the trigger. Yet, the investigators proved that in order for that particular firearm to go off, it has to be pulled.
This is where
I call bullshit.
That's where
in March. In March, Rust movie set armor Hannah Gutierrez Reed was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter and was sentenced to 18 months in prison in April. The sentence was handed down by Judge Mary Marlowe Sommer in a Santa Fe courtroom. Rust director Joel Souza, who was also injured alongside Hutchins in the 2021 on-set accidental shooting, gave a statement about the impact of Hutchins' death along with other friends and family of the cinematographer over video at Gutierrez Reed's sentencing. What I want is simply not possible. What I want is everyone is okay and lives aren't destroyed, Susan said, according to CBS News. One moment the world made sense, and the next moment it didn't. It still doesn't, and I don't know if it ever will again, he told the courtroom through a virtual call. Those of us who were lucky enough to have shared in her Hutchins' fleeting time on this planet are better for it. Gutierrez Reed's involuntary manslaughter conviction was the first verdict a jury reached in Hutchins' death, and may serve as a blueprint for how Baldwin's own involuntary manslaughter trial could play out later this month. Baldwin's lawyers argued that the gun was modified, making it possible for it to go off without the trigger being pulled. Prosecutors argue that it was functioning normally and could not have fired without Baldwin squeezing the trigger. Judge Saunders said,
"Why would you modify it not to do that?
That's just stupid."
Yeah. Back to you, Mike.
Judge Summers said her reasoning for denying Baldwin's motion to have his manslaughter charges dismissed was because his lawyers could not prove that prosecutors had damaged the gun, according to Reuters. Russ has not yet been released, and I hope it never is released.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it never sees the light of day.
Right. Is the same director still part of this, I wonder? Or did they replace the director?
That I don't know. Let me look it up and see.
Yeah, because that'd be awkward.
It has
now,
two directors listed.
So I bet you he got replaced. I bet you, yeah.
Let me just see, because I'm going to IMDb right now.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as the page.
And those are in Montana, not in New Mexico. I wonder why. Yeah.
Maybe New Mexico wouldn't let them resume filming after what happened.
Well, yeah, I'd hope so, or mutual all above. Now, this is going to become something that's going to surprise everybody with what I'm going to say here. But he did, in the end, relent, right, and listen to the horse guy, the safety advisor, right? Okay, so what I'm going to say here is going to surprise. Baldwin's actions in this is no different than a lot of actors. A lot of actors think that they can go out and do everything. In fact, some go out and do as many stunts as possible, except for when absolutely they say no. And you hear that a lot of times on the sets, and people praise, "Oh, look at this person so into the role, they were out there, yada yada and such." So the fact that Baldwin going out there with that, especially with an ego, and let's face it, most actors out there have them, right? The fact that he relented, I think, leads a little bit of redemption to the story, a little bit on that. So if he wouldn't have listened to his safety advisor and still went ahead with it, then we know. Then we know that, okay, Alec is just being a shithead again. So, again, when it comes around to praises and damnations, even Alec, I'm going to sit back and give a little bit of credence to on this one. I don't think he was completely, and yeah, I mean, when it comes around to heated, a lot of actors in that type of situation, it's like trying to tell Captain Kirk he can't go down on a away mission because it's not his job. It should be like the first officer leading it because you're too important. You got to stay on board the ship. No, I'm going down, and argue that point. So I got to give a little leeway to Alec on this one. I hate to say it. I don't want to. But again, this is not unusual for Hollywood at all. And we all know, all know when it comes around to actors, it's this.
How many of you think the opinions of actors should be valued as much as, well, say, doctors, engineers, or a courageous congressman?
Right here. Yeah, right on.
Well, you're wrong. Actors are self-centered punks.
And besides, if something would have gone wrong, he would have been the one that would have suffered for it. So, I mean, I'm just going to follow through with that one.
And Phil, I understand what you're saying, but the investigators already tested that handgun and said there's no way it could have gone off on its own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, except for one thing also, Phil. a pistol like that, a handgun like that, how they were describing it went off is 99.9% of the time would never have happened, especially with the type of pistol that it is. If you're talking about something that's semi-automatic or maybe even a double action, if it's a revolver, there might be some credence to it. But this is a single action cowboy gun. I know I got a few, right? I got a Colt. It's not the same caliber as 22, but I've been around these. I know how they work. There's one modification where you wouldn't have to worry about the trigger. And a lot of fast drawers did this. They basically take the trigger off. And that way, all you can do is just fan the gun. And, of course, everybody knows what fanning is. That's where you hold it and you just keep on moving your hand back and forth on the hammer, and it does this firing as fast as possible. A lot of fast drawers do that so they don't have to hold down the trigger. But again, there's still an action. The thing is not going to be dropped in, even being dropped, a chance of it firing off. But if it's in your hand, you have to have the trigger or the hammer pulled back all the way. And now, granted, it might have had a hair trigger, which means you can, if you breathe on it, it might go off. But again, it doesn't matter. That is still part of what it is. And you still have to do an action. You still have to pull, a trigger. You still have to cock the pistol. A pistol like that, there's two phases when you pull the hammer back. There's the first one, click. That's the half cock, where basically the term about don't go half cocked now was always a warning to people who had these pistols. Because you go to half cock and you try to shoot, it's not going to happen. You try to pull that trigger ain't going to move. And that's used so you can reload the pistol, or you can spin the cylinder, do maintenance, whatever it is, right? Whatever it is you need to do with your pistoli. And then, of course, there's the full cock all the way back. And that's when you pull the trigger and it goes off. This is a single action. What Alec Baldwin's saying, and I don't know of any modification that could do that, how Alex sat back and said that pistol went. And if they did do something like that, that was highly, it's still improbable. Really improbable. So, no. What they had enough of the evidence come in there, enough of the experts come in there. All you have to do is just fire one. All you have to do is just have one, and you know what it's like. And that even goes to the cap and ball, the ones that they used in the Civil War, because you didn't have cartridges like you had in the 1800s. You basically loaded it like a muzzle loader inside each one of the cylinders. And if you ever take a look at one of them, there's little notches in there. And that's way you could, normally you wouldn't have all 6 cylinders because that hammer would rest on the cap. So yeah, you could accidentally knock it and the thing would fire off, right? So they had a little thing that you could have the cylinder turned kind of halfway, the hammer come down into this little notch, so you could have all 6 in there. And when you pull, obviously everything, cock the hammer and pull the trigger, you have your 6 rounds. But the thing is, you even had the most basic of training and learning about these. You know how it works. Baldwin's talk is great for those that are, don't know anything about weapons, and they think that a Colt 45 is an AR-15. Anything that's out there that's a firearm is an AR-15, which in the old days used to be the AK-47. It depends on which flavor of the month it is. The fearmonger would know. So no. Baldwin, bullshit. Bullshit.
I agree with you, Baron.
Mm-hmm. And I can't remember if I sat back and said the thing. Now, if there was an accident would have happened with this, it would have just only happened to Alec, nobody else. So, yeah, again, that's the Colt Navy revolver back in 1851. That's exactly what I'm talking about there. That's the cap and ball. That's where if you were foolish enough to have 6 rounds in there and have the hammer resting on the cap, a simple knock would have fired that weapon off. That's why you had that the ability, and they were smart, Colt was, and that you basically could have that cylinder turned half, and there was a notch to put the hammer on. So it was not resting on a cap. So that's the cap and ball Navy revolver from 1851. They did not have cartridges like the 45 cartridges. And we all know today that we all see with the cowboy movies. Because that didn't come until a lot later. Then you also had the Colt conversions where they took these cap and balls and turned them into pistols that were able to take cartridges like normal. So yes, you're absolutely right. So that unfortunately, Phil, this is apples and oranges. When you're dealing with a cap and ball, and when you're dealing with one that is a cowboy gun from the 1800s, 1880s, and such. Oh yeah, and let's not forget, you got to be careful of multis, where sometimes all the rounds went off, but that was more on the pepper boxes. So yeah, you are right about that, Phil. But again, wrong pistol, wrong time, especially with what they're dealing with there.
Yeah, especially with what they're dealing with in this Rust case, what they're using in the production of the movie.
Yeah, and just to let you know, yes, I have cap and ball also. So yes, I'm fully familiar with how these all work. I grew up in and around these as a kid, so I know the little nuances between this. Trust me, I know the nuances. I've heard it over and over and over again. Well, a Sig Sauer, again, that's an semi-automatic.
Yeah,
And
yeah. We're not talking about semi-automatics here,
right,
Bill, for the use of Rust.
And if you listen,
the
to
weapon that he's
game,
using is not an automatic.
Right. And if you would have listened, I said in this beginning, I said like a semi-automatic could. I did have that. Unlike if I think the exact words, unlike a semi-automatic, which can, and also possibly a double action revolver. But
this is a single action firearm.
Right. Just holding the sucker, a cowboy gun, the 1880 style, where you take a cartridge, is not going to just go off. You can even drop them in the chance of it going off. A semi-automatic, a cap and ball, even a double action revolver, all could possibly have that. But you have to drop them. But again, is Sig Sauer compared to a Colt six gun? Again, apples and oranges. It's all part of the evolution of the firearms. That's why the M111A1, what was used by the military, the 45 automatic, right? Should be semi-automatic, but they call it the 45 automatic, right? Has the most safeties on it. I mean, you have to hold a special thing in the handle, the grip, to be able to take one safety off. You have this safety, trying to make it as possible for it not to fire off by accident. But you know what? It still can have a possibility of doing it. Nothing is 100% safe. That's why I made that mention. 99.9% of the time with a cowboy gun, the Western that we are all familiar with, will not go off, even if you drop it. There's always a chance, but not like Alec Baldwin said, and that's the important thing. What he is confessing to, no. As much as I do not believe in standing in front of a person with a loaded pistol, right? I would feel confident standing in front of someone with a pistol in that same type of situation without fear of it going accidentally off. Now, some moron pulling the trigger, like Alec, yes.
Mhm. Who did not
I
check
would.
the chamber.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So I still stand on that. I still stand on that. I mean, I'm not I wouldn't sit back and put myself as one of these big experts that they go to all the time for, for all these shows and all that. But the thing is, again, you just have to be in and around it enough to know exactly how these things work. That's expert enough. And John Schneider even went and showed on his YouTube channel exactly. I wanted to do it with mine, but I was afraid that, we get strikes because I'm showing a horrible, evil weapon, right?
Yeah.
But I wanted to pull mine out and show everybody how that worked. John Schneider did a great job explaining it. He was showed exactly, and that gun was probably closer to what Alec Baldwin had in caliber-wise, that is.
Mhm.
Because, like I said, mine is a 22. It doesn't matter. It's still built the same way. It just takes a different cartridge. But, right across the board, you're absolutely, he was absolutely right. That's how it goes. So, yeah. If it was a Sig Sauer, if it was an 1851, yeah. I'd sit back and say there might be a possibility. But not with one of these, no. And this is
And
even a conversion.
And as you've all been able to see, Joel Souza is still listed as the director of Rust, even after with what happened with Helena Hutchinson.
And he's also a writer. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
I bet you that makes things tense on the set.
Mhm.
I don't know. If I was him, I would have walked by. I can see he wrote it, so it's still his baby, but there's got to be a bad taste in his mouth. A bad taste, so.
How could there not be?
No,
He may
well,
not say it publicly, but how could he not have resentment for Alec Baldwin after what happened?
Well, yeah, especially as he's trying to throw everybody under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the armor again, she deserves it. But, again, Alec deserves a lot of it because he's a producer. He's the one that went out and poo-pooed a lot of things. He's the one that was reckless. So, and he, again, should know better. And he's been around firearms that can, like you said, Phil, like a Sig Sauer or whatever, can have a malfunction and do that. So you'd think you'd be even extra careful on that one because you're usually doing a more modern film, like he did. He's going out there and playing in a more modern, where you're using more modern firearms. So yeah, there's no excuse for this. And
no, none.
And I retain the fact that pistol can't do what he said it did. It can't.
There's no possible way.
Don't make me go out there, grab my pistol, load it up with 6 rounds, cock it, and throw it on the ground to show you that. I don't want to do that. It's still not a good idea.
No.
But then again, that takes the action of actually throwing it and jarring it on the ground and having it do that. And yeah, that's why you never tell anybody to throw their weapon down. You tell them to put the weapon down.
Mm-hmm.
Carefully and slowly.
Yeah, because you don't want it to discharge.
Exactly. Which it could.
So, any other thoughts on this, everybody?
I just got this to say.
I call bullshit.
I mean, with it all. I mean, maybe the guy should have let Alec go out there and ride that way. Really teach him his lesson. I'm sorry.
Maybe, but you know
I'm
that
sorry.
guy probably has respect for his job and wants to be able to work
Exactly.
on other productions.
He
And if
doesn't want. Yeah,
word
he
gets
doesn't want this.
around that
Mm-hmm.
he let an actor just go half cocked, no pun intended, but half cocked on a horse.
Well, I'm just going to sit back and say, great way to say to bring it all together. But yeah, well, that's just say he's a professional. He's not going to do that because he has pride in his work. He has the responsibility. He has his reputation to uphold, something that Alec Baldwin doesn't have.
Yeah, if this case has proven anything, it shows that Alec Baldwin really hasn't changed over the years. He's just become even more of a jerk.
Mm-hmm.
An egotistical jerk.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to say hello to Jace. Good to see you, brother. Good show that you had yesterday. So now we're going to move on to our next story, which is Deadpool and Wolverine. This comes from Bounty in the Comics. It was posted on the 4th of July. It says Deadpool and Wolverine director Sean Levy rejects the idea of cinematic superhero fatigue. People are way too quick to declare the last rites of the superhero genre. I know why he's saying this. I do. It's because the movie comes out later this month and he wants it to succeed.
Right.
So he doesn't want to believe that fans are getting tired of the superhero genre. But if you look at the box office for Madam Web, that was a flop. The Flash, even with Michael Keaton, that was a flop.
Mm-hmm.
The Marvels, Black Adam, yeah, it started off hot, but it died down very quick.
Mm-hmm. I'll give my hot take after the story. But yeah, you got points here. Absolute points. But I think some of it might lead into what my argument might be. So,
all right. Mm-hmm. And adding his.
By the way, where's Cash Money? Who's Cash
said
Money?
He'd be right back.
Oh, he's sleeping. Oh, went down to the kale market again. Okay.
And adding his voice to the ongoing discourse, Deadpool and Wolverine director Sean Levy has dismissed the idea that general movie-going audiences are currently suffering from superhero fatigue. The seeming last hope to save the Marvel Cinematic Universe from complete failure offered his take on the superhero genre's current struggles while speaking with Entertainment Weekly's Nick Romano in promotion of the upcoming crossover film.
Vic Romano from MXC? Right you are, Ken. Oh, it's Nick. Oh, it must be his brother. Nick. It must be his brother.
Rather than delve straight into the topic, Levy began his thoughts by discussing the overall concept behind Deadpool and Wolverine, explained with the character of Wade, especially in combination with the character of Logan, I saw that story beyond the franchise value. You have Wade Wilson, who is like an impetuous motormouth child in a superheroic man's body. And you have the iconic, largely nonverbal, gruff Logan. He told Romano, on the surface, they're completely different, which is what makes them a perfect comedic duo. But they're both haunted by regret, the director added. And there's darkness and sadness and ultimately a solitude to both these heroes that also makes them anti-heroes. From there, Levy dived into the film's myriad of cameos, explaining that while fans may be wary of such Easter eggs given their overuse in recent years, the Deadpool and Wolverine team didn't want any of the cameos, excuse me, or characters to be the story of the movie. Unfortunately, with a lot of cameos, that's all the movie starts to become.
No, it becomes memorabilia films.
Yeah, too much
they-
nostalgia is not always the best idea,
Mhm.
as we've seen.
Oh, what
but
was
they
that?
are peppered in throughout, he detailed. There's a lot of characters. The internet is a delight of rumors about the multitude of character cameos that are in this movie. Some rumors are true, some are way off base. Continuing, Levy further noted Wade himself is a fan without giving anything away about the various universes the different characters live in, because he is in some ways a fawning motormouth little fanboy himself. It allows the movie to call out and reference a ton of deep cut Marvel references. I mean,
I have to sit back and
that's
say that. Oh, go.
Go ahead, Baron. Go ahead.
Oh, I think that's one thing that we always sit back and say about how Henry Cavill's one of us. I think we forget that Ryan Reynolds is one of us as well.
Yeah. But, it almost sounds to me like this is going to be a cavalcade of cameos and special appearances one after another.
As long as the cameos make sense and they're not just thrown in there to say, hey, look at what we did. Hey, yeah.
Well, we didn't see the Sabretooth one, so it looks like that's relevant.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, Sabretooth is relevant to Wolverine.
Mm-hmm.
In light of Levy's willingness to lean into those very genre, however you want to say it, trappings, which, thanks to a recent over abuse by lazy writers, have led to some audiences completely tapping out of superhero films altogether. The director was then pressed by Romano for his thoughts on the concept of superhero fatigue. And the response is Marvel had some misses. He ultimately admitted, I'd say some. There's more than just some.
Well, he's trying to be diplomatic.
I know. People are way too quick to declare the last rites of the superhero genre. I don't buy into the fatigue narrative. Well, you should look at the box office numbers. That should tell you.
Mm-hmm.
As noted above, Levy is far from the first superhero creative to weigh in on the widely postulated theory for the genre's box office decline. As far as supporters go, both DC Studios co-head James Gunn and former DCEU architect Zack Snyder believe that at current, audiences have become exhausted with superhero films altogether. Meanwhile, opponents to the theory, such as Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse co-writer Christopher Miller and Arrowverse creator Mark Guggenheim, believe that rather than some sort of general exhaustion, the genre is stumbling due to the respective quality failings of each individual project. Well, that's a factor too, but let's also add this factor into it. You have superhero films, you have superhero TV shows. You're getting all this all at once, and it's like, there can be too much of a good thing. You may look at a buffet of food and think, "Oh, right, I've hit the jackpot." But even then, after a while, you're gonna go, "Okay, I've had enough of this same old food each and every time on this buffet. I want something new. I want something fresh." And that's how this article ends.
Well, I will sit back and say I agree partially, exactly what he sat back, what was said in there. It might not necessarily be the fatigue, even though I do believe they should pull back a little bit and slow down on all this. The reason why I think they're going with the quantity over quality, and that's the problem, is they're trying, things aren't going well, and they're trying to milk what they can out of this poor cow that doesn't have a drop of milk to give no more. But it's something of their own making in the fact that it's not necessarily the quantity that's coming out, it is the quality. I mean, Madam Web. Honestly, what casual fan really knows about Madam Web? The Marvels, honestly, with the bad press and Brie Larson shooting her mouth off and basically a lot of people sat back and said a horrible story. Again, that is the problem. You're bringing out these films that all they are messages, are validation, virtual signaling flags, where your ally crap. And it's now going to be going over the DC because, some of that we were saying was DC. A lot of people said Black Adam was not that good a film. It had that good strong. People thought, oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. They went out and saw it that first week, and then it dropped off big time. Mm-hmm. Star Trek 5 basically had the same thing. Star Trek 5 had the same thing. People ran out there, boom. But after that, it was like it dropped like a rock. Mm-hmm. So I don't think...
I even watched Black Adam when it was on HBO Max. That's what it was still called at the time.
Right.
And I thought it was just your typical paint-by-numbers superhero film.
Right. They've gotten far too formulaic and basically think it's all about destroying things, the fights, the stupid, corny jokes, things like that. And you need to get back to looking at the basics. The original Superman, Batman 89, the Flash TV series from 1990. These, because the Flash TV series actually did awfully well. CBS just canceled because they said it was too expensive to do. And, gave a bunch of mealy-mouth other explanations, but a well-done TV show that was respectful to the genre. Was it, it was carving out its own little universe in there, so it wasn't necessarily walking hand in hand with true canon, but it was, true enough, just like Batman 89 was true enough to the original source. We've come to the point now that these things are cookie cutters. We are getting to the point where it's member berries. We're getting to the point that all it is stupid jokes and let's have a fight and see what we can do to destroy it. And we're destroy whatever town we're in. We're kind of sit back and start wondering, geez, how many people are actually dying in this? We're getting a higher death count than 9/11. And if I remember right, the one Henry Cavill's Superman film or what did deal
Man
with
of
that.
Steel. Yes.
Man of Steel, yeah. And it did deal with that your fight, caused all this damage and life loss and being brought. I mean, at least that was something that was actually addressing all this. The superhero
no other superhero film up to that point addressed the destruction and death caused by the fight between your hero and the villain.
Right. I mean, these are superheroes, not Godzilla, who we're going to be talking about later on. But I'm not trying to do a segue just yet. But they're superheroes, not Godzilla. Their job is not to destroy, but to protect. And I mean, if the bad guy's doing it, because that's what their job is, to sow destruction, discontent, death, whatever it is, our superheroes have to be on the ball, smarter, and we're not getting smart superheroes. I mean, obviously the Hulk isn't, Hulk is an exception because Hulk smash. He's primal rage, but you would think that a Captain America or Tony Stark or these people would try to come up with more ingenious plans to take out the bad guy than let's go out there and just smash the whole freaking town. And that's and it's all formulaic now. It's just too formulaic. It's like you need to switch up the stories. You need to really get that hero's journey, and you got to get rid of the fucking virtual signaling. You got to get rid of, let's go out there and make this a message and try to be identify. I can identify. Well, no, again, you identify with a struggle. You don't necessarily sit back and say that I want someone to represent me.
There needs to be more serious moments again. Like every Marvel show doesn't have serious moments like Deadpool had in the first movie, or even like the shows Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had a lot of serious moments. Sure, there was some comedy there, but they still had serious moments. Daredevil, going to with DC or even Marvel with Daredevil. That's Marvel. So they had serious moments. Daredevil got hurt. There was the love interest and with some of the characters, especially I can't think of the woman who worked at the hospital right now. I can't think of her character's name.
Nurse Ratchet.
But this is what they're missing. Jessica Jones had serious moments. Even David Tennant being evil in that, there was serious moments.
Oh, he's being himself. Okay.
Yeah, right. That's what this is missing, though, is these characters and how they're building them and all this. The superhero fatigue can also be because we keep seeing a lot of the same formulas, as you guys pointed out, especially you, Baron. And what it is that this has been going on since 2016, maybe a little bit before that, where you started seeing
before 2016 when you started seeing the X-Men movies come out.
Yeah, so whatever you feel about Fox and this and that, there was a lot of good storytelling there. But the thing is, like, now they just, especially when it's overly goofy, like I still haven't watched the new Thor movie. I don't know if I want to. Unfortunately, I did watch the new Ant-Man film, and that was just like, what a mess. But just
told you.
Yeah, I know. Well, it was on cable one day, but
do you really want to watch a wacky film doing Thor? No.
You know, I have, like I said, right. I haven't watched the new Thor movie, but the thing is, like, there needs to always be a balance with things. There's not going to be superhero fatigue with people if you give them something really cool, and hopefully that'll happen. But it's like with all these different properties, but since we're even focusing on Marvel, as you guys talked about with DC, I mean, everything from Birds of Prey to the second Wonder Woman film to it's not either there's a message or it's something else. It just may just be a mess of a film, and it may have a bad plot, and they need to go back because they're like, that's not what the comics were about. And when people say, oh, well, they're different than the comics, well, that's a problem because these characters are already built up. And I know we've talked about this already, but if they want to do something spectacular, like the Hawkeye show, for example, I think it could have been really good. Some people liked it, some people didn't, but there was also some nostalgia. Oh, look, Kingpin's in there from DC. Oh, look what happens to him. And it's like, yeah, it's stupid, but that's just my opinion.
Kingpin was Marvel.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. I'm thinking of not Kingpin. I'm thinking of
people were probably excited to see Vincent D'Onofrio come back as Kingpin.
Yes, Kingpin. That's what I'm thinking of because he was in
Hawkeye.
He copped up in Hawkeye. That's what I'm saying, Baron.
Yeah, but he's a DC. He's
no. I mean, I'm saying I know before we were talking about DC, but yes, in Marvel it's Kingpin. But the thing is, it's just there's all this stuff with Kate Bishop where she actually gets, in the comics, she actually gets sexually assaulted in the comics. And this is what helps her grow with Hawkeye and train harder. They're not going to throw any of that in the Hawkeye show because why would they? Because, Kate Bishop, she can do everything. She can get the Ronin suit and everything. But it's just, it's really funny that, all they have to do is just start doing better. That's really what it comes down to, and come up with some better ideas. And if something fails, something else can come out of it. But as you guys know, they're also afraid of that. Let's play it safe. And I'm hoping this Deadpool Wolverine movie doesn't play it safe.
Yeah, me too. Well, see, the one thing about this is why I hesitate to say superhero fatigue is because I have this burning desire to see a good, well done superhero film the way it should be. And if you're not going to use the comics as a template, then why do a comic book movie?
Right.
That's your template.
Right.
And I mean, have it serious, but you usually have some sort of wisecracker that's with you. I mean, back in the comics, back in the 80s, or with Justice League International, all that, you had the two wiseacres of Blue Beetle and Booster Gold, providing the humor relief while you still had all the seriousness going on around it. When you had that reboot back then too, the same thing with you had with Green Arrow. Green Arrow came back. He went to Seattle from Star City, I believe it was, and very serious. Taking more of the Dark Knight approach to it. But Black Canary, she lost her powers, and she was also assaulted. It had a situation like that, and she was trying to come to terms and resolve that. So again, that series was very popular, and I was more than happy to be collecting that one and reading those stories, because these deep, and we don't have deep comic book superhero movies anymore.
No,
we don't.
And just because it's a comic book film, where it doesn't mean that there's not deep things. And yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the messaging. There's nothing wrong with messaging. It's just how you do it.
Fits. Right, exactly.
Right. If it's fits, you're not trying to do virtual signaling and pounding it over the viewers' heads. I mean, obviously, what Green Arrow was going through in that reiteration of the comic book series. I mean, he's dealing with all sorts of nefarious things, the CIA, various stuff, and of course, about dealing with Black Canary and what she went through. Extremely serious. You wouldn't think, this was one of those that was this is mature,
right.
Mature
well,
because of the topics and such. I mean,
right. Well, right, and they're scared to do some other stuff. To say if they wanted to make an actual superhero who was also gay, and so you hear the F word said to this character, but how is this character going to grow? What friends does he have? We've talked about this stuff before, but if you really want to build this stuff, you want to make people care about a new character, then you've got to sell people on it. And they're not selling people on this stuff. So they're like,
well, that's the thing I was going to bring up. I said it before here on Pop Talk. I'm not sold on Deadpool and Wolverine from what I've seen in the trailers.
Right. Which is fine. And I can understand that.
Now, granted, the trailers might be misleading, especially with hearing what they were talking about, that both these, what the director or whatever was saying about how both these are going on a journey with stuff they have to deal with. But what do we see in the all the adverts is just the goofiness, which it's kind of funny. The scene with Sabretooth that we saw was kind of okay, this is amusing and all that, but if they are going to go with the hero's journey with that, that preview is a disservice. And again, just like Mike sat back and said, he's not interested.
Mm-hmm.
But like I sat back and said too, is you can have a bad trailer and a great movie, and a great trailer and a bad movie. So I'm hoping that this is one of those that this is going to be a good film in that fashion.
I just want it to be better than two. That's what
I'll admit. I may not be interested, but if I hear enough positive, genuine, keyword, genuine feedback, I might go see it. But as it stands right now, I have no interest.
Right. I'm not going to go with Rotten Tomato scores. I don't trust them.
No.
I mean, I'll be honest. I'm being serious. I don't trust them. They're shells. But, the people that surround our community, 24 comes back. Hey man, like that movie was just kick ass. You just got to go and see it, man. That was just fantastic. Or or somebody else that's within our group as and I because I respect the group. Hell, I mean, this is one of those times when you wish Clobby was still around with us, because he'd sit back and lay it down on the line 100%, even if you don't necessarily agree with him. At least you're going to get something honest from him, or you would have had something honest from him. And I hope that's what all of us are going to do, remembering and respecting that memory. Just go out there and be honest about it. Why you liked it, why you didn't like it, so on and so forth.
If Daryl comes back and says that he likes it after seeing it, I might go see it. Kathy, Laserhawk,
I don't know.
DJ. The only gripe
Oh.
DJ might have is there aren't any turtles in it or not enough.
I don't trust anything DJ Ronnie G says. Whenever he says, I go with the opposite, unless it deals with turtles. No, I'm just kidding, BG. You know that.
Now.
Oh,
If
he hates
Jace
everything.
came back and says that he likes it, I'll say, who are you and what have you done with Jace?
Yeah. It's like, oh, come on now. You're not. Yeah, come on. You're just pulling me a leg, aren't you? No, I mean he's honest with what he likes.
No. If Phil came back and said it's good, it's Deadpool and Wolverine, it's good.
Yeah, good costuming. Good costume.
He's not going to watch it. I'd be shocked.
I mean, I have to confess, I'm intrigued with it, but then there's that nagging doubt in me about, this is going to be just, a chuckle fest.
Well,
but,
I mean, the last
but
Marvel,
there is part of me that really does want to see this film for some reason. I don't know why.
the last
Maybe because
Disney
I'm so
Marvel,
starved.
yeah, the last Disney Marvel film that actually made good money was Guardians of the Galaxy 3, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I went and saw that.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I thought Rocket Story was the best part of it.
Me too.
It was a sad story, but it was still the best part of the whole movie.
Right. I think anyone who saw that film said the same thing, that Rocket Story was the best out of the whole thing, the best thing about the whole thing. But the reason why I hesitate to say that the about superhero fatigue is because I'm just craving for a good one. I'm craving
I
for
think a lot of
something that is
people
great.
are.
And I have no. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I honestly think I'm not the only one. I don't think I'm the minority in this. We've just been so disappointed with all these subpar television shows that Disney's doing,
Yes.
subpar movies that they're doing, their little messaging crap that they're doing. And I just want, let's get back to the basics, folks. That's why when we see some of these fan-made superhero films, like the one we saw with Jace, where they did Wolverine in the Viking era. I mean, my God, you stopped it there. I want to see this.
I know, that looked cool.
I want to see what
more.
happens.
Yeah.
I want to see more. You got me. You got me. And how dare you stop now?
Viking Magneto too, man. It's pretty badass.
Oh, I know. It's like, okay, how are you going to fit all this into Viking era? I was intrigued. I was sucked in. That's why, and of course, it got my fire going again. I want to see good stuff again.
Yes.
And that's why right. And that's why I don't think, I think superhero fatigue for the crap that we're getting, we don't have the superhero fatigue for wanting to see something great on the screen again, whether it's the big one or the little one. We want to see our heroes. We want to see them as they are. We want to see them kicking ass, but being smart about it. We want to see them win. We want to root for them. We want to root for the bad guy, but we still want to like the bad guy as a character. And be intrigued by the bad guy as well. Everything that we grew up on, Marvel's not giving us that. Comic or a movie franchise or TV, because it's, again, Disney. Again, Star Wars is not doing it. I don't have Star Wars fatigue. I have Disney Star Wars subpar crap fatigue. I want to see. The same thing with with all of them. I want to see it good again. I want to make these great again. I want to see these shine.
Yes.
And I have no hope with James Gunn at DC. Sadly, I have no hope there. With the way
I have no hope of not Robert Kurtzman, Alex Kurtzman running Star Trek. I have no hope at all. I want Star Trek to get back to where it once was, where you anticipated the next week's episode, when you got that teaser at the end of the current week's episode for the next week's episode, going next time on Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Cisco finds himself lost in the Gamma Quadrant, surrounded by the Jem'Hadar,
right,
with no way of receiving any kind of help.
Yeah, what's Kirk going to do next week? What's Picard and Riker going to do next week? And Data.
Yeah.
What is Cisco and Dax and Bashir going to be doing in the next one? Even though it's not my favorite, I'll even go with Voyager. What's 7 and 9 and Janeway and all those going to be doing in the next one? Or Archer. How's this saga going to continue? You still had that.
I'm sorry for laughing, but mentioning Voyager next time on Star Trek Voyager. Harry Kim finally gets promoted.
Oh no!
Never
Harry,
gonna happen. Never
Come
gonna
on,
happen.
man.
Dream.
The eternal ensign.
Come on, Harry Kim, dude, you're there. No, oh shit, maybe next time.
Yeah, here you have a flash forward to the future, and 40 years in the future, Harry's still an ensign.
I mean, Garrett Wong. I feel bad for the guy because Harry never got promoted.
Right.
Everyone else got some kind of promotion. Heck,
and demotion,
Tom Paris got demoted and re-promoted.
Yeah.
B'Elanna, starts Voyager as a member of the Maquis. I'm sorry, I said Marquis and not Maquis. My bad.
Yeah, I was going to correct you, but I thought I'm not going to push it.
No. I caught it. But anyways, she comes on. She comes on as a member of the Maquis, and she gets promoted to chief engineer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And one of the big faults of Voyager is, with growing a character. He should have had a field promotion. Definitely should have had a field promotion for it. A lot of people on that show deserve field promotions, and a lot of them did, except for poor old Harry.
Mm-hmm.
But go on.
And one more gripe. Chakotay should have been more prominent instead of being put into the background after 7 and 9 arrived.
Mm-hmm. Well, they were even pushing him in the background even before that. But yeah, they did.
Yeah, but he was really shoved to the background once. 7 and 9 arrived.
Robert Beltran really got shafted in that series. Really got shafted. And then of course his character has a romance with 7 of 9, and of course when Picard comes around, it's like, oh, what became of it? Oh, she's a lesbian now. Okay. But that's just it. Things just don't make sense. I don't have the fatigue because, again, I'm surrounded by all this IP stuff and others that's not part of the IP, their own things. And I relish it. I lose myself in those worlds still by opening the book or watching an old episode. I don't have a fatigue. I have this burning hot desire that I want to see this great. Oh, yeah, it is. It just burns in there. It's like, I really want to sit down and be just taken away and lost in these worlds again. And what we have now.
You could get lost in Star Trek, Doctor Who, Babylon 5, Knight Rider. You can get lost in Knight Rider. I did.
Yeah. I mean, it was a simple show. It doesn't have to be a complex thing, right?
No, it doesn't.
Right? It doesn't have to be Shakespeare. And by the way, just to let people know, Shakespeare was basically common people stuff. So yeah, it should be like Shakespeare, where the average person identifies and goes along with it. And what I mean by identify is like, they're not, oh, that's me. I want me represented. No. It's the struggle. It's the story. It's the situation. Let's get back to that. Let's make these great again. See, we're not negative here. I mean,
that's all we want. We want to be able to praise good shows, good movies, and tell you about it.
Right. We don't.
It's why if we see a good movie or see a good show, we're going to tell you about it. It's why I told you all about going to see Horizon, the Kevin Costner film.
Yeah.
Why it's worth going to see.
Right.
Why I told you guys about the Iron Claw. Why you should go see it.
No, wrong guy. I know the wrong one. That's Baron von Raschke. Well, we don't want this.
Everything sucks. Yeah, that's what they say. Pop Talk's dishing out negativity every single day.
Yeah, we don't want that.
No. You guys don't want us to come on here each and every Sunday, each and every Wednesday, pissing and moaning and groaning because it's all something that sucks. Because we got to get the views. If we get the views because we've watched this and ranted about it, then everybody will like us. No, you guys don't want that. You want to know why? Because it gets old.
Right. You know, basically what it would be our intro to the show, then this.
It stinks.
And the outro.
It was over.
Yeah. We don't want that. See, I'm trying to get our a quota of clips in sound bites. See, I'm working on it.
Yeah, dude. Like, where's the turtle representation? And
well,
Rocky, dude.
See, you don't understand though. He wants to be represented like Rocky. He's not talking about Sylvester Stallone. He's talking about Patrick Starr's pet rock that they had for the that he put into the snail race. That's what he's talking about. By the way, that pet rock of Patrick was much more believable and likable than Geode.
That's true. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it won the race. Rocky won the race.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I watched SpongeBob. I don't care.
Did I say anything?
No, I'm just saying to the peanut gallery out there. I watched it.
And another movie I thoroughly enjoyed. I didn't need the subtitles. I knew what was going on. Was Godzilla -1. I'm not even a huge Godzilla fan.
Yeah, Godzilla -1 was really good, or is really good.
Mike's becoming Kaiju fan now. He's
Human
got a
element
Godzilla
stuff
t-shirt.
in that movie was awesome.
I got to see it too, DJ.
Like anything, it has to meet my requirements for entertainment. Have a good story. Have good characters in the story. Have a reason for those good characters to be in the story. Have a proper beginning, middle, and end.
And boobies don't hurt either. Boobies.
Oh no. And another good movie to watch, folks. Because if you have Prime, you can watch it now. Beekeeper. I'm serious.
Yes.
Beekeeper. That's a good movie.
Beekeeper's an enjoyable film. That ending, though, but yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Oh,
the ending was
a little
weak.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't take away from the overall movie.
It's a good movie.
Mine.
Well, wait until Beekeeper 2.
If they should be, if they want to make one, I guess they will.
Throw them into India and take care of those bastards. Have them team up with Pierogi from Scammer Payback. There we go. I'd watch that movie.
But DJ is right. He was a guest on Talk Hard with Pops, Ironcaster, and Stone Loki.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got the box office numbers here from Box Office Mojo. That's 2 weeks in a row. They've actually updated their site with the numbers.
Wow.
Well, they got your letters. They got your letters.
Yeah, letters. I told you guys to update this now. We're sorry, Mike. We didn't have
Yes. I wrote letters, Barrett. I started off real nice and friendly and cordial, and then it got to a point where, listen, get your updated numbers for the weekend box office, you twat waffles.
You kind of sounded like Howard's mom there, but it's like, come on, we got an important show. This is a very important show.
We need to check with Mickey Mouse. Ha. We will take in consideration. Ha.
You know, with the state of Disney right now, Mickey Mouse is in the basement shooting up heroin, trying to get through the day.
I have to check out these drugs. Ha.
You kind of sound like George Lucas on helium. I like it.
I know, right?
Yeah.
George Lucas.
Yeah. I'm trying out my Mickey Mouse impression.
Faster, more intense. Faster, more intense.
But
maybe that's the way he makes love too. I don't know.
the number one movie for the weekend was Despicable Me 4 at 75 million. Coming in at number 2 was Inside Out 2 with 30 million. Then in third place, A Quiet Place Day 1 with 21 million. And then Vaccine, 6.7 million. I have no idea what that's about.
I don't know.
But judging by the triple X's, I can kind of come up with an idea.
Oh, Fast and Furious film, I bet.
No,
Triple X. X-rated film? I don't know.
I don't know.
You know what? I need.
I'm not curious enough to look it up. Oh,
See?
Woo! Boobies! Let's see it. That's our next watch party.
Oh, he waits by his door like a panning dog. Boobies. And people say,
"Wow!"
And the people go, "Baron, shut up! Hey, I saw more boobies. Shut up!"
Nice.
Wow.
There was a slip there. There's a nip slip. I can almost see it right there.
So you know, this is the comparison I'm making. Baron's told he needs to evacuate a building. Yeah, whatever. Baron sees a woman with a nice rack, and then all of a sudden he wants to leave the building.
Oh yeah.
Did you motorboat that? You motorboat, son of a bitch! You old sailor.
See, that's how you get me. That's how you get me motivated. Just it's like okay. Of course, a bodacious booty doesn't hurt either. So I mean, you get both. I mean, best of all worlds.
Okay, so here's a synopsis of Maxine. In 1980s Hollywood, adult film star and aspiring actress Maxine Maxine Mix finally gets her big break, but a mysterious killer stalks the starlets of Hollywood. A trail of blood threatens to reveal her sinister past.
Ooh.
Actually, that sounds interesting. That almost sounds like
that
we had in the 80s.
Yeah.
That sounds intriguing.
Yeah, it does. I mean, all joking aside.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
Yeah. I mean, everything thrown aside, just that synopsis there really sounds like this could. I mean, it looks like it's doing well, right? Well, no, 6.7 million, but
6.7. But I don't know what its budget was, so let me find that information out.
Well, yeah, and more importantly, too, this day and age, I mean, you expect that Despicable Me would do a little bit better than it did.
It did well overall.
It did overall, but you kind of expected with the popularity.
We'll see if it does even better. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know I don't know if it's a good film or not. I haven't heard it.
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna go see it.
You know what, Baron? The budget, the estimated budget, that is, according to the information I'm looking at right now, for Maxine was $5 million.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
it sounds like one of those little films that could. How many theaters was that in, by the way? Earning that 6.7.
Let me go back and look and see, because I know it's not at my theater here.
Yeah, and I never heard anything about this film. Not a thing.
It was only released in 2,453 theaters.
Okay. Well,
that's not really that bad of a take, especially, like I said, I never heard anything about this film. I don't. So obviously, I don't have a feeling that they didn't do much press work for it.
No,
I don't even know who's in.
I don't even know if they ever. Yeah.
And I mean, if you look at the totals here, 7.8 million. That's not bad for a film that made $5 million. I don't know what their advertising costs were.
Yeah,
but
I mean, domestic 7 overall, or almost 8 overall, 1 million, and of course we don't know how many countries it's in. So, color me intrigued. Just off of the synopsis here. Yeah, I have a sneaky feeling this is one of those, again, films that if we had more reliable, back in the day with DVDs or VHS rentals and cable, might be one of those quiet comeback cult things. I don't know.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't know anything about the film other than the synopsis. I don't know who's in it. I don't know if it's, what reviews were like, or when people saw it, because again, it's like under the radar.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go back to IMDb and see what people are saying about it, because I am curious.
Yeah.
Baron wants to see it, and every time the character Maxine comes up, he goes, Maxine! And people go, shut up.
No. But, Cash, you got it wrong. We've already heard what he's going to do.
Boobies! Boobies!
Yeah, but he'll also yell Maxine, and then he'll yell boobies. So, yeah.
Well, I want to have it for a home, so when it comes to those scenes like it's slow-mo and freeze frame,
Long suffering. Look.
Boobies! Yeah, she'll sit back and say, I got boobies too. Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them. I mean, you got a great piece of artwork there, but guys like to see other art too. You got critique.
Okay, the IMDb rating for Maxine is a 7 out of 10.
Oh, wow. And I have to confess, I have to be somewhat believing that one, because again, this is an under the radar film.
And I'm going to go ahead and switch.
7 out of 10.
One reviewer says I might have been a little too hyped to see this third installment of the X trilogy. I didn't know this was part of the trilogy.
I didn't know that either. Now it got me even more intrigued. Yeah.
Because I left the theater somewhat disappointed. Mia Goth rocks the role of Maxine, but the character deserved a better finale. The stakes didn't feel high enough. I'm a fan of Kevin Bacon, but his character wasn't threatening at all. He was more comical in an annoying way and given way too much screen time. The kills were okay, the detectives were one-dimensional characters, and the finale was anticlimactic. I would have liked to have seen something more with a Tarantino vibe.
Well, it's not a Tarantino film.
Yeah.
It sounds like he let himself down. It sounds like in that one. He even admits in the beginning.
Yeah.
So. But I didn't even realize this is part of a series. Wow.
I didn't either.
Colored me even more intrigued.
But again, based
I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, again, by the synopsis, that's what intrigues me.
Mm-hmm. I don't know who this Mia Goth is, but okay.
Let's see if she's been in anything that we're familiar with. She's been in X.
Infinity Pool,
The House, Mayday, Emma, Staggering Girl. I haven't heard of any of these.
No, I haven't either. Maybe Everest. But yeah, interesting looking lady.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she definitely has a different look than most actresses out there, and I like that.
Yeah.
It's not a cookie cutter look. No,
you don't want the cookie cutter look.
And even her in costume there with that image from that trailer for Maxine. Again, it does not look cookie. It looks like a lady that'd be in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And in the industry.
Yeah.
She's a Brazilian mother. I saw that. See, this is this right there is kind of what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's almost
the unknown films, the films that aren't getting all the attention. Good, I can't wait to hear about the end of the Vikings, Kathy.
Mm-hmm. It makes you wonder if they had a little bit more of a push, especially using Kevin Bacon as it sounds like he's the villain in there, obviously, from that review. I'm glad he didn't give too much away. you figured that would be a big banker right there. Make it known that Kevin Bacon's in this film and promote it. And like I said, I didn't even know this was part of a series. I'm going to have to dig in and see if they have all of it on like Prime or whatever, or Netflix or something like that. So, okay, I'm intrigued. Just, again, we're more than just superheroes, folks. This is still part of pop culture.
We're more than superheroes, sci-fi, video games.
Right. This is all pop culture still.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we're rooting for good films, and this looks like it has a possibility. 7 out of 10. I think that's a pretty good ride.
Yeah,
for ratings. Yeah.
And Bad Boys Ride or Die, that really hasn't done too bad.
No.
Let's see. Let's check out the other numbers here. Sound of Hope, the story of Possum Trot.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen trailers for this. This does look good. Unfortunately, for my area, it's not playing here.
Yeah, and that's the problem. A lot of these films don't get a wide release. You have 16 freaking theaters. You can throw one of them in there.
Are you kidding? Right now, most of the auditoriums at my theater are either showing Inside Out 2 or Despicable Me 4.
Right. And how many theaters do you have in there? Just curious.
10. 10
You have 10 theaters. 10 screens. 10 screens in that theater. You can sacrifice.
Most of them are occupied by Inside Out 2 and Despicable Me 4.
And that's the problem. I spotted it way back in the day when the first, when the Mission Impossible film came out, and you had 3 of them in one theater, and a 4-theater plex, and 3 of them have a Mission Impossible. It's like, well, why? Why? There's so many things that I saw that problem back then.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the problems that the movie industry is having. Because you're not filling those theaters up with all these movies in there. You're not. Lessen it down, then you're going to get more of a full theater, and then offer more, and you might get even more theaters filled up with other stuff. Oh, God. What the hell is wrong with these people?
I mean, look at this. 2,200 theaters only have Sound of Hope, which was released by Angel Studios, the same company that released Sound of Freedom last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I seen an advert or thing of that. Yeah, you're right. That one does look interesting. And again, it's these, and they're quieter films. These aren't the ones that these films look like they have plots, and and take the audience serious. No, a lot of explosions. We need those too.
Yeah, and even the Bike Riders, it didn't get released in a lot of theaters, and it's not doing all that hot. But it's a very good movie that people are missing out on.
Right. People say we want to have good movies. We different movies. We get them, and they're not seeing them. But then again, it might not necessarily be fully their fault because they're not in their theaters.
Yeah, and even if they are in their theaters, another thing too, advertising.
Right.
You may not even see the advertisement because how many of us have your traditional cable service anymore?
I'm not raising my hand. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I have not seen an advert for this Bike Riders at all. When you mentioned Bike Riders, I'm sitting back going, what is this, like a Tour de France film or what? I didn't know. I have not seen one. And, but then again, yeah, I mean, Pluto and all that, but they don't necessarily get adverts for these. They're too busy showing reverse mortgages, colostomy bags, and other scam stuff. I mean, for commercials.
You know how I was made aware of Bike Riders when went to the theater to see Furiosa. I saw the poster
Mhm.
for it, the Backrider. So I'm going, Austin Butler, okay. I'll keep this movie in the back of my mind, and when I get home, I'll look at the trailer. I looked at the trailer. I said, I want to go see this.
Yeah. The bad thing is I haven't been in the theater since, oh my God, I think the last time I was in the theater was when I saw Dune. I'm not kidding.
I know you're not.
One, it's like, well, sometimes they move so fast in the theater that they're not in there that long. The costs are so expensive. In some ways, it's becoming a little bit of a hassle to get a ticket for it. It's like, you got to start going through hoops. Okay, you have to do it online now and this blah, blah, blah. It's like, honest, I just want to go, like I'm walking off the street because I got, intrigued by your poster. I don't want to see this film. I have nothing better to do tonight or today.
Or I looked at the movies listed on your marquee.
Yeah.
And, just the name alone. And so I've done it before. I'm sure many people have done it before where they just see the title of a movie and they go, I want to go see that. I don't know what it's about, but I want to go see it.
Yeah. I mean, when was the last time anybody did theater hopping? What do I mean by that? And legitimately, not going out there and shorting the theater where you go from one theater to the other and they're without paying for the next film. Honestly, go buy a ticket for this one and then buy a ticket for another one. So you hop from one theater to another theater and you spend the entire day in the cinema. And, last time I did that, Seabiscuit, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and was it Pirates of the Caribbean? I can't remember. But, went through all that and was very pleasantly surprised with Seabiscuit. I listed it as my second favorite out of the whole lot, but not by much. I had Pirates above that. And, of course, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen was on the bottom because, really, it was a shitty film.
Yeah. I've tried to watch it, and I just can't get through it.
Great premise. Well, Alan Moore comic, but they took a lot of liberties off of it. But still, Sean Connery and others, it's like, I saw the whole thing because I was in the theater. I'm going to get my money's worth. I've never walked out of a theater, by the way. Never walked out of a theater. I came close one time, but I was with my then wife, and it's like, I can't really do that because she'll get mad at me. But that was what's Kung Pao. Enter the Fist or Fear of the I can't remember this. I didn't find it funny at all. It's just like, this is tedious. But when I sit down, my butt down in a theater, usually, no matter how bad it is, I'll sit through it. Just because I paid my money, I'm going to watch it. That's the closest I get to hate watching.
Well, the closest I ever got to walking out of the theater, and it wasn't Expendables 4, it should have been, but it wasn't. Yeah. But was Problem Child 2. I'm there watching with my mom. We look at each other. We do see a son and mom get up and leave, and they never came back. And when we left the movie, we looked at each other and we both said, we should have left.
Yeah.
The movie sucked. The movie wasn't funny.
I'm just wondering, why were you even intrigued to go see it in the theater? Problem Child 1 was, enough. I mean, why go see 2?
Because I liked Problem Child 1. Mainly because of John Ritter.
Yeah, John Ritter did a great job in that film.
So I saw that a sequel was coming out. It's like, I got to go see the sequel.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I saw it. It's like, oh, this movie sucks.
See, we're not as downtrodden. I mean, we'll even sit through films that we don't like and watch them through, even though we're tempted to get our butts off the chair and walk out and demand our money back. But that's just it. I mean, just looking at that Max XXX scene, again, it's intriguing for the premise. I mean, joking about the boobies, but I mean, honestly, it just gave me a flashback of films that, you were flipping through your cable book where they're saying which movies are going to be. Oh, HBO is going to have this one, Cinemax is going to have that one, Showtime's going to have this, Movie Channel is going to have that, Bravo is going to have this, and you come across it. Oh, this looks intriguing. Okay, it's on Cinemax. It's going to be at 10 o'clock tonight. Let's go watch it.
Yeah.
I miss those days, man. Come on, man. I miss those days.
I miss Saturday nights on HBO when we had HBO, and a new movie would premiere, and it was like an event.
Yeah. They treated it like an event. Like God.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we didn't get to see this when it was out in theaters, but it's premiering this Saturday night on HBO at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. They had that fancy intro. Da 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 da
da da da da da da da.
I mean, the fact that still resonates in your brain shows how good they were at making you experience that this was an experience. I mean, and I miss those days.
You've always heard of don't miss events. Well, that's what HBO did back in the day. They made it a can't miss event for their Saturday night premieres.
Yeah. It wasn't about making the latest TV show. It was, but yeah. Oh God, I want to go back in time so bad now. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for making me turn into a futzy and desire the past.
Well, and let me talk to Doc and see if he has any way for us to get back to those good old days.
My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
Oh, I mean, I'd kidnap him and say, "You're sending me back now, buddy."
I don't want to live here anymore. I want to go back. But if you go back, you might cause a temporal paradox that'll destroy the entire universe. I don't care.
If they die, they die. I don't care. This is about me.
I want to go back to the good old days. No social media. Everybody talk to each other. I want to go to a good barbecue, damn it.
I want to smoke in an Applebee's again. A bar. I want to pull my pipe out and smoke in a bar as I'm getting slowly drunk. I want the good old days. I want to live dangerously. I want to shorten my life.
I want to have an argument with my neighbor one day, and then the next day we're hugging, we're laughing, we're drinking.
Mowing each other's yards. Yeah, I mean, the closest I had to like the internet and all that, we had our BBSs. I mean, and you had to be a super geek for that. I mean, honestly. Other than that, it's like even then, the people that were involved in that would get together at the Perkins on 494 and France Avenue, which was mentioned in MST3K, by the way, because they even knew that was the hot place for all the geeks to hang out at like midnight. It's like they'd all get together and say, "Hey, let's go down to the Perkins," and the whole place would be filled with all your geeks, true geeks. And what a time to be alive.
Well, I can remember going to the local pizza restaurant down the street, and they had a Miss Pac-Man table machine.
Yep.
So sometimes after school, if I didn't eat, lunch at school, and I had my money, I would get, just a personal pizza.
Right.
And then with the quarters, I would play Miss Pac-Man.
Burn them up. Yeah, personal pizza for me is a large, but that's beside the point. But yeah, I mean, as Godfathers for us for the longest time, and then of course I worked for Godfathers. I never got tired of Godfather's pizza. They say when you work at a place you get tired of it. No, not me. But
I worked at a pizza joint and I got tired of it.
Yeah. But this is Godfathers, man. You can't get tired.
Yeah, Godfathers was good pizza from when I remember.
It was. Oh yeah, I gotta find one. Unfortunately, with all the coof and all that, a lot of those places went. But it's kind of funny. A tight group of friends of mine. Usually it was just three of us. we have a local chain called Devani's, and they serve like a Chicago deep dish style pizza as well as other stuff too, other styles. But those Chicago deep dishes, oh my God, they're so good. My daughter works for them right now, so I got to see about her giving me a pizza again. But we'd go in there, and we went in one time. Of course, they wanted to have your name so they could call you to get your pizza, pick it up at the counter, right? But that day, all of us had basically common names for, especially for the area that we lived in, and all those names were taken up with other people. So we just sat back and, okay, Jean-Luc. Used the name was Jean-Luc. So that's what we always do. They got to know us so well. We come in and it was like, pizza for Jean-Luc. One guy even sat back and said, did Captain to the Bridge. I mean, those were the days. Those were the days. And, the people that we're dealing with in those restaurants, they were in on it. Oh, my God. It was so much fun. Oh, such memories. I should have been in jail. Just thinking about all the stuff that I did back in the day. I should have been in jail.
But here's the thing. Back in the day, especially with this pizza restaurant that was down at the end of my street, everybody in the neighborhood went there. Even if they didn't live in the neighborhood, people went there, and you see friends from school. You see other people you knew. It was a gathering place. It truly was. Yeah,
exactly. And you just sat around and you BS'd about everything and anything. Just because we're in there and a bunch of geeks sometimes, we weren't necessarily talking about geeky things. We're talking about other stuff sometimes. Yeah, it was, we were underage, so we couldn't go to bars. So this was our form of going to bars.
I mean, heck, the people at the pizza restaurant, they knew who my dad was. They knew what he did for a living, but they also knew that he could fix things. Hey, Mike, is your dad home? Not yet. Well, when he gets home, could you ask him to call me here at the restaurant? I need him to help me fix something.
Yeah. Oh, for a minute, I thought you were saying fix as in fixing a ticket. No, okay, never mind.
No. My dad.
I'm kidding.
My dad was real handy. We had a neighbor that delivered bread for a living, and one of his metal bread racks needed some welding, and my dad said, "I'll do it."
Yeah, because he's one of those guys. He's one of those guys. He's one of those guys. And when he said that, we know what that meant back in the day when he said one of those guys.
One of those guys. You need something, he's there for you. He'd take his shirt off his back and give it to you if you needed it.
Right.
Same with me.
I don't want your shirts too small.
What'd you do to my shirt, man? Well, you gave it to me. I put it on.
Yeah. Stretched, ripped, and a couple of holes in there from a cat clinging on. Oh, yeah. It's funny. We got on this because of that Maxine film. Just talking about Maxine. And the joke about movies led to this,
See what happens?
Yeah, and the thing is, Cash doesn't join in that much because he doesn't have this experience. He's too busy. He's been too busy living in, in Beverly Hills in his sheltered life, his sheltered bubble. He can tell us about the caviar parties he went to. We can't identify with that.
Really, Baron?
Yeah. What was it like going to those fancy parties, Cash, where you got all dressed up?
Yeah, sure. Let me get my monocle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew he had one. I knew it.
Well, I think he was given to a gift from Carlos, his
right.
gardener. Yeah.
Right, sure. Carlos's gardener. Yeah. No, I'm just listening to you guys, man, because it's good to listen to. I know, right? But no, we had some cool pizza places. I still remember when my dad got all upset with me because I was spending too much on a pinball game. So,
but it happened back then.
Yeah.
It was a Terminator 2 pinball game, and it was like, oh, I gotta
Holy.
spend more. And my dad's like, if you keep spending money on this, then we're gonna send you home, or he's gonna send me home. He was like that sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
the military academy.
Yeah, right. It's just we also had the place LA Pizza Company where, you know, people would hang out there, and there'd be arcades and all kinds of stuff. And then of course things like Skateland. Skateland, of course, over here has now been turned into the Trebek Center. His family donated money to that area, so which is fine. I don't know if there is another place where there's a Skateland, but of course Skateland, you know, you go to parties and then you skate and then you go back play some Mortal Kombat. It's just,
and then get some blisters on your feet the next day.
They get some blisters on your feet, but no, no, Skateland was fun. I mean, it's just these things where that's why I always say you're spoiled. Malibu Grand Prix, you go and play Turtles in Time for hours and hours until your eyes fall out of your sockets. You go to places like the Magic Castle, or what was it? I think they still have that. Yeah, miniature golf, and they've got this, arcade in there still. I haven't been there in a long time, but and they have batting cages there too that you can use. And yeah, I mean, it was just, people don't understand. We were spoiled because we didn't need social media to find things to do. We had these places to go. So unfortunately, this stuff after a number of years closed down, and it sucks, but just the way it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you know what? You're absolutely right. We were spoiled because of the era of what was available to us. Not necessarily that we were handed stuff with like a silver spoon. It was, you know, it was a night out and it was memorable. I mean, even back in the day when people had searchlights for their events, and you'd go searchlight hunting. And I was lucky enough that there was one event in our area, the Chanhassen Theater. They were having a special, I can't remember, but they were having a big event for one of the plays they're going to have in there for their dinner theater. And I was with the little Moppet that we play games with, and she was still young, and I was able to give her a searchlight hunt. And we went there, we found it. All the people were out there, and there was a big event. I said, "Congratulations! This is what I used to be, you know, be part of when I was a kid. Now you had a chance to experience it." That was a special thing for me to be able to pass that along, because it was, again, a simple thing, but it was fun.
Yeah, exactly. It was, and it's just like you don't forget about these memories because a lot of them were really great. Like the Sherman Oaks Castle Park over here, where you had the arcade, and then you go and play miniature golf, and then of course on the side you had the batting cages, if you want to do that. And that place is surprisingly still open, even with the Koofa Doof and other things. It's still hanging in there. So you know, I'm looking at it right now actually online. Yeah, it's still there. So
still a thing. Where did you learn how to swing a golf club, or, you know, for defending your neighborhood? One of those places too. Was it one of the miniature golf places?
That one shouldn't be tough. So that one shouldn't be a tough one to pick up a golf club and start swinging it. No.
I mean, think about memories too of going with my friend on Friday nights to the bowling alley.
Yeah, the bowling alley
on Friday.
Cosmic bowling, and then just regular bowling. I mean, and there is a difference, but yeah, it was all fun.
I miss bowling.
It's just like, that's why it's so funny. It's like all these people are like basically slaves to their phones, and I get it too. Technology goes down. Oh, what do we do? But you know, when we were growing up, our parents, I know your parents,
get out of the house.
Yeah, let's get out of the house, you know? I mean, even having sometimes like a curfew, it's like, really, a curfew? Like, I'm getting good grades in school. What the hell? But, you know, you're
well, you had to have it because the city had a curfew.
Right,
you know,
right. So
come home when the street lights come on, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, even going to your friend's house and it's like, oh, we're gonna stay the night and stuff. What do? Wake up and you're playing GoldenEye. And if you're not
Mhm.
playing GoldenEye, then you're somewhere else. But
Or
going
if
to even a
you stay
movie
over at a
theater.
if you stay over at a friend's
Chinese band
overnight,
theater, which I don't think it's called that anymore.
but if you're staying at a friend's house overnight, sometimes you're up to the wee hours of the morning playing games.
Yep, you wake up and what are you guys doing? Oh, we're just playing GoldenEye. It's like, oh,
Mhm.
okay. Yeah, it was
Oh.
it was a big thing with our group of friends would play
Yeah.
GoldenEye for hours and hours and hours until our eyes bleed, until people pass out. Then sometimes they play Jeopardy. Sometimes they play this game called Celebrity. I mean, it just depends. There was other shenanigans going on, crazy stuff.
Mhm.
But yeah, we always could find things to do. We didn't need phones. We didn't
No.
need this to find cool stuff to do. We just didn't.
I mean, me and my friends, we'd stay up all night playing the Atari 2600, amongst other things.
Yeah.
Because
you go out and play with your friends. You get all sweaty and bloody and dirty, and you just keep going. You don't care.
Yep.
Oh yeah, don't bring that stuff up about getting bloodied and dirtied and beat up. Oh my God! Again, how did I survive? How did I survive childhood? I mean, and being a the preteen, and then even the young teen. It's like, oh God! But we did it. We survived.
We did it.
Yeah, we went to a lot of movie theaters back in the day. We went to a lot of things
Because it was more affordable then.
Yes,
than
it
is
was.
now.
It definitely was.
And I tell
but-
you, your bicycle was a magic carpet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You find a good group even in high school, you get to go to a lot of parties, and then you're like, and then by the time you get to college, it's like, dang, I went to so many parties in high school. Do I really care about going to parties as much anymore?
Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. Good, clean fun, and
yeah, you have fun.
And yeah, shenanigans. Yeah, there were shenanigans. I got a few stories. I might tell.
Play flag football around like Thanksgiving and stuff, or even something like slosh ball and so on. I mean, if you guys have ever played that or heard of that, I'm sure you have. But
not slosh ball.
Oh, you haven't heard of slosh ball?
I'm not familiar with slosh
That's an
ball.
interesting game. But yeah, it's just there's always fun things to do. But yeah, definitely going to an arcade. Even now, being older, going to an arcade can still be a fun experience, and it's good that there's still some around. Unfortunately, a lot of them are gone now, but there's still some around.
I have to see if Zap Arcade's still around. That's a place where you walk in, you pay one fee, and you can play all the freaking games in there.
Nice,
except for like a couple that are kind of. Except for a couple, which are the special ones, really special ones. Like
we used to have a place where I live now that you could do that. And last time I went to any kind of arcade like that was in Vegas.
Oh,
yeah. I remember even back before, like seeing a film, like this place, Pacific Theaters. They'd have arcades. I think they don't, obviously. That place, unfortunately, after COVID closed down or basically became AMC. But does AMC still have some arcades around? Yeah, I get they do have some arcade games.
Yeah,
around.
a lot of these have arcades in there, but they're like pathetic.
It was just,
it's like nothing anymore now.
But even when like the ArcLight was around, like for promotions for Wreck-It Ralph, they had Mario. And you can play the Wreck-It Ralph game. Like that was very smart. And it was funny having my brother have these kids just being mesmerized by him playing Mario. It was funny to me. They were so mesmerized by watching him play Mario. It was just great. But those were the cool things we had. Promotions. There was promotions. Same with ArcLight for stuff like Tron Legacy. They had like the costumes and stuff. It was like these things, very cool stuff. Cool promotions and just being smart. It's like, okay, we got this movie coming out, and it's probably going to be a big hit at the time for Disney. So yeah, let's have these arcade games so people can play them. oh, hey,
Right.
here's the arcade game based on the actual movie. Like, that's so cool.
Oh,
And
I played
people,
the hell out of
unfortunately,
Tron.
oh, I'm sure you did. Yeah, mhm.
Oh, it was multi games in there. Oh, the
Nice.
Tron
Yeah.
multi
Yeah,
arcade
I
game? Oh
mean,
yeah, there was like different things. in
right. Even growing up when Chuck E. Cheese didn't have this like lighter effect to it, and it was like a more darker thing.
Right.
The animatronics and the different
Yeah.
stuff, but you would play like Star Wars, the old
Yep.
Star Wars game. Yeah.
Showbiz Pizza, which we had, of course,
Yep.
became.
Yeah.
We had
I like that better
Showbiz
than Chuck the
before it
Cheese.
became Chuck E. Cheese. And
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's kind of a
dude.
funny thing. Showbiz bought Chuck E. Cheese, and then they quit the Showbiz and went full Chuck E. Cheese, which was a big mistake. I like Showbiz better,
Okay. Yeah. And
and the
some
food
of
was
this-
better at that time.
some of this stuff was better. Malibu Grand Prix, where you can go around with the cars, but you're like, hey, can I hit that side? Oh, crap. That thing's not going to bounce back. Never mind. That's not a good idea. But, but
Or
yeah.
I remember because at this one location where there was a Showbiz Pizza that eventually became a Chuck E. Cheese, there's a family fun center where you can do miniature golf, you can ride the go-karts, and do a few
Yeah.
other things.
Yeah,
Right.
like
And
Malibu
that
Grand
was
Prix.
fun.
Yep.
Oh my! And I'm serious about this. I am absolutely really sorry for this generation. Because what we experienced in some ways was life, getting us ready for the real world in some extent, because we were given the leash was given a little less to us, and we were able to have more freedoms going out there. We were learning a little bit, consequences to our actions. And for us, it wasn't horrible. It wasn't horrible. It wasn't learning the cops would necessarily be. Well, sometimes it was. You're firing off fireworks, and someone calls the cops, and you get a dress down.
You kidding? The cops would be at my house because my dad was a cop.
Speaking of,
well, you had the principal living with you. That's the problem. You had the principal living with you.
Speaking of fireworks, I heard in Long Beach it sounded like a war zone going off for an hour. I'm like, well, that's brilliant.
Yeah, it sounded like that around here
Good
too.
Gosh, man, jeez. And they're not even supposed to do this stuff, but they're like, we'll do what we want. Okay. Well, when people call the cops on you, anonymously, probably. Well, too bad.
Well, it's kind of hard to tell around here. Well, I mean, sometimes you can tell what it is, but because we have so many fireworks that are official city ones.
The city ones in certain areas. Those are fun. Those are fun.
But the thing is, I can hear and see a lot of them around us. I remember one time when I went to pick up the long suffering at work. I dropped her off, and then it was 4th of July. I dropped her off, and then I came to pick her up. I'm driving down 212, and all around me, it was like almost like driving through some sort of movie. Fireworks just blasting right overhead from both sides of the road. It's like, this is freaking amazing. I wish I was filming this, because no one will believe this. No one will believe it.
Yeah. Around here, if you get to one particular spot in the sound, you could see the fireworks going off from all the towns in the area.
Yeah. If you go to Dodger Stadium on Fridays, as long as the Dodgers are playing, then they have Friday night fireworks, which are cool. They do quite a good job with that. And then they have the music playing while the fireworks going off. It's like, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I'm not too far from our big park. We call it Valley Fair, but it's our version of like Six Flags and stuff like that. Just not as spectacular. But I think every night they have fireworks, and they're far enough away that I don't hear or see them. But I know someone who lives across the river and from them, and he said, "Yeah, it's great. Every night I come out on the deck and sit on there with a nice cool drink, and I just watch the fireworks over there at Valley Fair." And it's like, every night during the summertime. Yeah.
That's how it is for me here where I live now. During the 4th of July, I could just step out of the front door and watch them, or I could just go into one of the other rooms here in the house on the second story and watch them from the window. But when I lived in California growing up, the fireworks were going off. All I had to do was go into my front yard, put, a chair down on the sidewalk, sit there and watch the fireworks. Didn't even have to go to the park. even though it wasn't that far away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what's fun is just being able to sit down there and watch it. But what you do is you just kind of spin around because someone over there is having it, someone's over there having it, someone's over there. So you just kind of spin around, bring out the officer with the spinner and just enjoy the multiple shows. It's like you're in one of those surround sound theaters.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely.
It was great. Yeah, I've done that once or twice. Yeah.
And Tim says, we got a lot of kids who hang around my work. Basically, we can't do anything until the kids do something. That sucks.
Yeah.
He also adds, I've been to LA. Stopped by Dodger Stadium for a few minutes. It was January. Saw LA from the upper parking lot. Yeah, that is actually a very nice view if you ever get a chance to go to Dodger Stadium and just look at LA from Dodger Stadium itself.
Oh my God, I can't remember the last. I was in LA 1978 or so.
Wow,
that's the last time I was there. Yeah, went down to Grauman's Chinese Theater. Saw that they're still showing Star Wars, and they had the footprints. And they're from Darth Vader, R2, and C-3PO. Yeah,
very cool.
Yeah.
But anyways, shifting gears. I mean,
wow,
sure
we'll talk about. Yeah, talk about memory lane, folks.
Yep. I'm sure we'll get on another topic here too. I mean, it happens. But Toho has a Godzilla room laying down rules for respecting their property, as should most companies when it comes to their property.
You know why they're doing this? Crit, Lord Crit. They're telling him to settle down now, follow our rules, Crit.
This article is by J.B. Augustine. It was posted on the 5th. It says there are means for respecting canons and the integrity of characters dwelling within them. For instance, we've heard of show Bibles, but they don't always work how they're supposed to, or the way fans assume they should. Nothing seems to prevent Hollywood from taking liberties with established lore, the established lore of Tolkien, Lucas, Marvel, The Witcher, or DC, to name a few. That's unless they're dealing with Toho and their Cash Kaiju Godzilla. The Japanese studio, much like the rest of their country's content Americans enjoy, exists in a bubble cut off, immune to the whims of our film industry, as it should be.
Except for Godzilla with Matthew Broderick.
Yeah,
that one has a lot of problems. Crit doesn't even consider that a Godzilla movie.
No, the
it's
people
a mess.
who love this stuff,
Sure.
they don't call it Godzilla, they call it Zilla, because that's how much they don't identify this as a Godzilla film.
That movie.
If you want to play with them, you have to play by their rules, as it should be. And they have a few for their giant dinosaur. In fact, they have an office whose job is to make sure the big guy is respected on screens at home and abroad. The whole Godzilla room came to be in the shadow of Shin Godzilla and oversees every project to protect the brand, and to do this, they enforce strict criteria for filmmakers. The room's director, Tetsuya Yoshikawa, explained in an interview with LiveDoor that there were two specific mandates Godzilla -1 and Godzilla Con had to abide by above all. Some of the big rules are that Godzilla never dies and that Godzilla does not prey on people or things. We check these things from the script stage for Godzilla -1 as well. The same goes for the Hollywood version, said Yoshikawa via MovieWeb. Managing the film by clarifying agreements and principles rather than just going by intuition also leads to the credibility of the film, he added. And here's a scene from Godzilla -1.
Mm-hmm.
Hollywood could learn from this level of care, although it's nothing new from Toho's playbook. In the mid 90s, they had a veritable encyclopedia of requests they gave Roland Emmerich when making his 98 adaptation. He ignored them and freely made a film he didn't want to do. Well, it's evident. If you watch that movie, it's evident he didn't care.
Yeah, you know how humorous. We brought it up in this part of this story. I didn't even know it was in there. See, I didn't even read in advance. We already brushed on that. And if I remember right, Godzilla does die in that film, but I should say her eggs are left behind.
Mm-hmm.
Hinting a future film.
And Tim says Godzilla doesn't die. That must be a new one. Possibly.
Mm-hmm. He always comes back.
Goes on to say, very few are happy with the finished product, including Toho executives. How satisfied are they that every aspect of Godzilla Con and -1 remains a mystery? You can't watch those movies and say Godzilla did not prey on anything beyond a reasonable doubt. But as long as they made money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, that's what it's supposed to all be about. The funny thing is, it's like, don't forget your fan base. Don't worry about trying to make something for everybody. You're going to fail every time.
Right.
Worry about your fan base. Make them happy. Then that's a win.
And focus on making a good film because
exactly.
You get people that are new fans in there.
Mm-hmm. See if you can encourage new fans. Yep. I thought -1 was a great movie, and they were smart about the budget and everything. It was still a great movie. It looked nice.
No, you liked it because it was a sequel to Oppenheimer. That's why.
Right. Not
USA. USA.
Not this again. But in a way, it does feel like it could be, Baron. So I do laugh every time you say that. No, I'm very glad that Crit showed me that movie and showed Phil that film. It was really good. It was a great movie. I still give it an 8 out of 10. Yeah,
it was good.
I'm just not. Good. Yeah, right. I know.
Yeah, that's good.
But the human element I liked, and I like Godzilla, and I know people like Paul. I think it was Paul said there was like a thing kind of felt like Jaws. I don't know if people feel that way, that's a bad thing, really. I mean, we know Godzilla goes into the water, so that's not really surprising. He does.
Well, maybe it's the suspense part of Jaws.
Maybe it's the suspense.
Yeah,
it might be. Yeah, and I'm not hating on.
Well, this is a minor spoiler, so I'm going to put this up. There is a scene where Godzilla is going after a boat, so I could see maybe that's where Paul is saying
maybe that's where Paul was thinking.
It reminded him of Jaws.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a spoiler because he's done it before. It's kind of his thing. It's like, hey, boat. It's like he's trying to get to the boat before Crit. It's like, no orca's going to get this boat. I'm going to get it. See, that's why they have to put the rules in there because Crit wanted to be him that took off the boat, not Godzilla. So these are the rules. I told you, it's all about Crit. All about Crit.
Well, he is the biggest Godzilla fan in the group, so.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about it?
Because he's one of the biggest that I know.
Shout out to Stone Loki. Stone Loki is a big
I didn't know
fan
I didn't know Stone Loki's a big Godzilla fan or not.
Shin Godzilla, he's another one.
Okay.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
about that.
We're talking about the tight inner circle. Yeah, he's in the tighter. But when you start getting outside and part of our good friends,
Well, Loki and Crit should do something on Godzilla. Maybe then I don't know.
That'd be a fun stream to watch.
Yeah,
I agree.
Crit, Loki. Yeah. We're planting the seed. We're planting the seed.
Come on, do it.
Yep.
I want to see that.
Do it.
I want to see that.
Come on, do it. You know you want to do it. Come on.
Do it. Let
you guys have so much passion for Godzilla.
Do it now.
But
Let
yeah, even
your
if you're
anger consume you, do it.
That's right. And even if you're not like a big Godzilla fan at all, like you still should enjoy the human element in Godzilla -1. So
I mean, I'm not a huge Godzilla guy. I watch him because
I'm not
like
either,
the
man.
freaking
I think
monsters. I like
right,
it's fun.
Godzilla's pretty cool, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to turn it down if it's on. It's like, oh, it's a Godzilla film. Let's have a little bit of fun. But it's not like I know every aspect of Godzilla.
Exactly. Me either, man.
That's a good idea, Tim.
Ooh.
I know not for this week's watch party, but when I'll have at the end of the
Yeah,
month.
good job, Tim.
Or,
I like that.
or the Iron Claw. I know we will be using Cosme so everybody can see it a lot easier.
Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
No, because it's not available on YouTube, and I have my physical copy that also came with a digital copy. I'll be showing it for everybody to see, but using Cosme. So we'll be all on the stream like we are now, but we'll be watching the movie, and I've done it before. I just don't do it that often.
You know, I got the digital version of The Road Home. Maybe we should do that too. Because I got the digital with the physical.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah, we should do that with The Road Home. Now we've gone through the...
We should. We should. Do it on your channel?
Sure. Yeah, might as well.
I like it. Sure.
I mean, the reason
I like it. Sure. Yeah.
Well, the only reason I said that is because you took over the Babylon 5 reviews, so why not have The Road Home?
Yeah.
Watch party on your channel as well.
Yeah, yes, I mean, I give it a very solidly good film. Meaning, I think I gave it like an 8 out of 10, 8.5 out of 10 for that one because
it
did everything right in my opinion.
Yeah, because DJ Ronnie G was like, he found those films or something recently, right?
Crusade. He found Crusade, and I do have the movies, but they're physical copy. I have to figure out how I can, stream a physical copy like that, But yeah, the movies are most of them are worth watching.
Okay, I'm up for it. More
River of Souls wasn't
5 for sure. Let's do it. Yeah.
I'll be honest. I like having the watch parties because it gives us a break from talking about some of the pop culture and entertainment news that might, irritate us to some degree, and just sit back, relax, and enjoy a great movie.
And that's the whole thing, like the Park Place and Bounding the Comics and Cosmic Comic Book, they don't always have negative articles. They actually have positive stuff too. They just do. Yeah.
Well, listen to us. Look how positive we've been today. Come on, you detractors. We're positive. Look at this.
That's right.
We've been nothing but sunshine and rainbows coming to our ass out of this entire broadcast.
As long as you don't mention unicorns, I'm fine with that.
I came close.
Unicorns.
Unicorn farts that give us Skittles. There we go. How's that?
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. Well, we could definitely riff some of the movies too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, okay. Those of you on YouTube, you didn't get to see it unless I post a link to it. But we watched the debate over on Rumble. And it got to a point where we were trying to keep it serious throughout, but it got to a point where it's like, oh no, we need laughs.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's something we wanted to really take serious, but they weren't letting us.
No.
It's just like the watch parties. Even though we talk, we don't always talk. Like we don't talk over everything. We talk here and there. We laugh about stuff. And I guess if somebody missed something, I'm sure we just run it back or, whatever. So.
Well, what I've been toying around with is trying to have like a regular, maybe even a weekly. And I show it in the Discord, my Discord out, so people can go into the movie room there.
Right.
So it's in real time. But, there's like the space, I think it was Space Rangers or something like that from 1980, early 90s, kind of came out about the time. I mean, the show was okay. It had Linda Hunt in it. and a few others you recognize, but it was only 6 episodes. Only lasted 6 episodes. The premise was interesting, but it didn't last.
Yeah.
You know, the show that, or the show Quark, because they're available like on Tubi and all that. I just with the ad blocker, just watch it there. We don't have to worry about the freaking commercial.
Yeah,
we can watch it
that's
real
not
time,
an issue.
and we don't need to even stream it on YouTube. Our commentary, just let us all get together and join the movie room. Maybe sometimes, do have a watch party form of that, and we can riff or whatever. Yeah, 1993, which is on CBS, exactly. It lasted 6 episodes. Yeah,
I'm all for it.
It was like our last watch party where we started watching the public domain cartoons and stuff.
Right. Now, I want to do that too. The public domain stuff. I mean, they're out there. We can stream them live and all that. And the reason why Space Ranger kind of has a special spot in my heart. When I was working at the airlines at that time, and one of the head stewardesses that was training. Oh, she looked like Tegan from Doctor Who. She was so pretty, and she was such a nice personality, but she was a geek too. So she'd stop by and we would start talking about the science fiction geek stuff. And, we were critiquing this show and then talking about Babylon 5 and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, again, even at work, you figure some guy working in a parts department and a stewardess would be talking about this stuff together. And it's like, yeah, we did. That's the one that gave me the big hug, and the one guy flipped out because, I was the one that got a hug from her because everybody loved her. The only problem was she was married and she loved her husband. That's the only problem.
Yeah, but it's those co-workers that you develop a relationship with where you talk about things like Babylon 5 or any number of topics, and
right,
you always remember them.
Yeah. And then you discover how fond they are of you because of the relationship you did have. Because, I know she wouldn't have done that just for anybody, giving a hug. And it's like, I felt special because obviously our relationship, our friendship, which was professional, nothing hanky-panky, like, okay, this was a special relationship we had and was built around the geek stuff. I did mention Linda Hunt, by the way. I did mention her in there. So, Tim, if you listen to the show, just want to sit back and say. But I realized that was a joke. I see that. It was a joke about being a short show. Yeah, I see that. just bust your chops, Tim. Having fun with you, man. Or am I?
So, I don't know. Are you? Are you?
Yeah, I am.
So, moving on to this story from comicbook.com. It's by Russ Burlingame. It was posted on the 5th of July. It says, Wednesday, Netflix series to become biggest production ever shot in Ireland. The Irish Prime Minister visited the set of Wednesday season 2.
Was he
Wednesday,
sober?
I don't know, Baird.
Ireland.
I don't know if I don't know if the lad was sober or not, Baird. You have to ask him.
Did he come onto the set with a shillelagh and a pint of Guinness, talking about leprechauns? Yes, that's right. I'm being ethically
doing the river dance.
Yeah, doing the river dance. Yes. Okay, we just lost our Irish audience.
Wednesday, Netflix Tim Burton created spin-off of The Addams Family is set to become the biggest production ever filmed in Ireland. The first season had filmed in Romania, so the second season moving to Ireland is a boon to the local economy, although as Variety noted in a recent story, it was hardly a surprise given the move had already been unofficially known for a while. According to Screen Ireland, the amount spent locally by the production will make Wednesday the largest production to ever filmed in Ireland, surpassing Star Wars The Force Awakens. Per Variety, Irish Prime Minister Taoiseach Simon Harris. I'll just say Simon Harris because that's easier.
Simon Harris. Yes. Oh, good lad. He's a good lad. Good with the wee people.
Visited the set of Wednesday, meeting with Burton showrunners Alfred Gough and Miles Millar and several of the series cast and crew. I'm delighted to see Ireland continues to be chosen as a location to film series and movies, which supports our economy, creates jobs, showcases our creative talents, and promotes our country on a global stage, Harris said in a statement. It's worth noting that Ireland and Northern Ireland are not the same place, so Wednesday sets this record without competing with the likes of Game of Thrones and Krypton, which both filmed in Belfast and had pretty elaborate productions.
Mm-hmm.
The cast of Wednesday Season 2 will include Ortega, Steve Buscemi, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Luis Guzman, Joanna Lumley, Christopher Lloyd.
Wow.
Well, how fitting is that Christopher Lloyd's in an Addams Family series, considering he played Uncle Fester in the two movies.
Well,
I'm sure Lloyd was like, "Show me the money." No, I'm just kidding, but I'm sure he got paid very well.
Oh, I'm sure. And you got to see the wee people in the pubs with the shillelagh.
Emma Myers, Joy Sunday, Hunter Doohan, Fred Armisen, Thaddeus Newton. Sorry, why did I say it like that?
I blame me.
Victor Dorobantu, Billy Piper, Haley Joel Osment, Heather Matarzo, Georgie Farmer, Musa Mustafa, Loyanda Unai.
Sorry.
Well, a whole lot of people. I'm just gonna get through this article. I'm not gonna read every other name that's on here.
Oh, Billy Piper. I find that interesting that Billy Piper's in there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A recent report has indicated that Percy Hines White, who drew controversy in 2023 after being accused of sexual abuse, will not be returning as Xavier Thorpe. Well, that's a pretty good reason as to why.
Yeah. There's reasons.
Yep. Hertz official synopsis: Wednesday is sleuthing, supernaturally infused mystery charting Wednesday Addams' years as a student at Nevermore Academy. Wednesday attempts to master her emerging psychic ability, thwart a monstrous killing spree that has terrorized the local town, and solve the supernatural mystery that embroiled her parents 25 years ago, all while navigating her new and very tangled relationship at Nevermore. Series star Ortega, who is stepping into a producer role this season, had said Wednesday Season 2 would be backing away from the love story to lean more into the horror and macabre elements.
Might be a smart move.
Yeah. She likes source material stuff, and which is she's very she wants to always push that, and she said that to the writers. She seems to want to always make the fans happy. I have not watched the show. I've only seen clips. I don't really I can't really say. Have you guys tried this show? Watch an episode?
I haven't watched it because I don't have Netflix right now.
Okay, yeah,
well,
and there's that too.
I have Netflix available to me, so I might.
You could.
I might. Yeah, and you know, and it's not sailing the high seas. It's just people you know, type of thing. So I'll probably, what, I'm kind of intrigued. I might sit back and start watching. See if the long suffering wants to watch it with me. Might be one of our our movie night type things.
Well, I was gonna say we know Jace likes it because of Jenna Ortega. He likes Jenna Ortega.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the only reason why he likes it. So that we all know we don't.
And he's a Burton fan too. But yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Jenna
he's
comes
in.
first.
Yeah, Jenna's first. I
Jenna
don't blame her.
first. Yeah.
She's a lovely looking lady, definitely. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, you're not the only one. Gary from Pop Culture Minefield, and I think Keith too. I think they both liked it. I mean, they had some issues with some stuff, but they said overall they liked the show.
Yes. Right. Well, that's good.
I can't speak for Keith necessarily, but I know Gary was out there talking about it, and they had a lot of discussions about that. So
and Joker Voice actually told me I should give it a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so Anonymous, you've watched it too? Okay.
Yeah, he watched it with his wife.
Watched it about 4 times. Okay, so Padawan, he's watched it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, he Anonymous cozies up with his wife in the she shed, and they watch it. So.
Okay, and Blazerhawk Darren's watched it too a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're the ones that are behind the ball on this one.
Well, I mean, some of this
we're sorry. We're so very sorry.
It's just like I've never watched The Boys. Like, oh, how could you? Like, I'm sure some people were saying that, but it's like because you just don't feel. I did watch Fallout. Fallout had some minor problems, but it was still quite good.
Yeah.
I've still only watched those 2 episodes. I haven't finished the series.
Oh,
I feel like, I mean, it probably sounds silly at this point, but it's like I gotta finish The Last of Us at least this season. I mean, there was some good things in there, some good action sequences, but the person they have for Ellie, I'm like, I'm just not feeling this. And there's a lot of cursing in The Last of Us show that I've seen already, and I'm like, this feels out of place. Like, I get Ellie curses in the game, but
it's how it's done.
Exactly. It's how it's done.
And
yes.
I have no interest in watching season 2.
No, I don't want to. I just look, however people feel, it's the reason that The Last of Us 2, the game itself, even made less money than the first one is because of Abby and some of the direction that the game went and the way Joel was treated too. But that's a whole nother thing. I'm just saying, yes, they have a good budget, I will say, for The Last of Us, but even Neil Druckmann standing there, and I'm sure you guys saw that, nobody was taking pictures of the guy at the Emmys. Nobody at the Golden Globes or whatever. Nobody was taking pictures. Well, they didn't care enough. And is his show ever going to win Emmys? I seriously doubt it. I don't think it's one for anything. No.
Well, I think I only saw that one episode with you guys of The Last of Us, and to be honest, it didn't grab me.
Did you ever play the games or thought about?
No, I never
played games, Baron. Okay.
Well, again, I'm tired of the quote unquote zombie stuff.
The zombie stuff, right? Yes, I get that.
I was never big into zombies in the first place,
right?
But the occasional one watch, and some were kind of fun to watch. Others were, you got to be freaking kidding me. But yeah, I mean, just the premise alone. I mean, again, nothing against anyone who likes the genre, or
right? Yeah, I just
it hasn't grabbed me just because, just like The Walking Dead. I know everyone talks about The Walking Dead.
Yeah,
but still, again, it doesn't.
I never got into that.
I get that, man. Yeah, I understand that. It's just
it's not my thing. It's not my thing.
Right, and all I can say about stuff like The Last of Us from the few episodes that I've seen from it surprisingly has a good budget. They got some of the stuff right, like the creatures or the zombie things or whatever you want to call them. They have a certain name for the clickers. There we go, the clickers. Yeah. They got some things right, but it's just other stuff they didn't. And it would be really funny to me in season 2. Spoiler alert, but no, I think Abby would still kill Joel, but it would be funny to me if Pedro Pascal told Neil Druckmann, whatever you want to call him, and say, "Oh no, I can't be killed in this." And Neil Druckmann goes, "Oh, because we'll change it." Because Druckmann made it very clear that he will change things that aren't in the game. So,
yeah, we read an article on Pop Talk.
Right, exactly.
It's quoted saying that.
And sometimes that can be good, and
sometimes
it can be really bad. It all depends, because again, you're in the universe, but you're carving out a new niche into it, especially with a game that can have multiple endings.
Oh yeah, of course, man, of course. But it's
So-
also about obviously the human element. You know, it's that's very important in these apocalyptic scenarios, I will say, or apocalypse. You know, even Fallout has that same but it's the characters, it's the growth, it's and that's why Amazon and I have to say Todd Howard, deserves credit because they put together something, and Jonathan Nolan as well. They put together something that people enjoyed. So just keep going in that, but don't go crazy with Fallout. Just keep going with it. Don't go crazy. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's the hero's journey, and I can understand
exactly. I would say so. Yes, yes.
And when they were saying about not being with the or whatever with the I can understand what they were saying about that because they weren't going to be locked into one of the games, whether it's 4, New Vegas 3, whatever. Right. But you're going to have that element. Basically, this is going to be in this universe. Todd Howard, I guess, said this is official Fallout lore. But it's kind of hard to do that with a game that has, different outcomes for different things that you have.
Right,
so you got to be even more creative and make it more believable. And I think they're doing a great job on doing that with Fallout. I give it props.
Yeah, they've made a few mistakes, but once again, there's not enough blemishes in Fallout to say, oh, it's a bad show.
No.
And if you don't, also there's other people. If you don't enjoy Fallout, then you're probably the games. If you want to give the show a chance, you just may not like that, and that's fine too.
Well, what's great about this show is you don't have to know anything about the freaking game.
No, you don't. You really don't.
And that's what's great about it. That's what great.
I agree
you can
with
suck them into that universe without knowing what the universe is, and now it starts driving interest. Well, what the hell is all this Fallout?
Yes.
And you start going down that rabbit hole.
Exactly.
It's like, oh my God, this is a big thing. It's like, yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's what's great about Fallout. You don't have to be someone familiar with the game to watch it. It's good drama, action, because they do have some action in there. But a good hero's journey. Mm-hmm. And I highly recommend it for anybody to watch because nothing's flawless. Nothing's flawless out there.
No.
So just watch and enjoy. And the thing is the main character, she does have a hero's journey. You can see her character changing through the whole thing. She is not a Mary Sue.
No, dude, she's not.
No,
well, it's the same thing with like Korra and Rebel Moon. However you feel about that, Korra is not a Mary Sue either, which is nice. No. She's not.
Yeah, I mean, in the first one, they really established that and what some of her motivations are.
Yes.
And and that's what's refreshing. That's what which kind of makes Rebel Moon. I still have to see part 2, but like I said, I'm waiting for the extended stuff to come out. I just don't want to watch the shorter and then go watch. I want to just see. Okay, let's see what you have. So I'm holding off till then. Jace appreciates that. So because you know how Jace is with Rebel Moon. It's the greatest thing.
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, and that's fine. He feels that way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because it meets his criteria.
That's right. It meets his criteria. He likes that. That's right.
And Rebel Moon Part 1 hit a bunch of my criteria too, because I walked into it without any expectations. And
both Mike and I kept our expectations lower with Part 1. We said, we'll give this a shot. Why not? I don't know if you have any desire to see the Snyder cut of Part 1 and 2, Mike.
Yeah, I do.
No,
I know Baron does, but I don't know if you do, Mike.
Yeah. Not really.
Yeah,
not really.
What's wrong with you?
It's just Part 2 just was like, it took like an hour. It felt like to really
took
start
too long
getting
to get going.
Yeah,
and then when it did,
I felt
you throw in the slow motion shit.
Yeah, there was too much, man, for me. Too much.
Yeah, that's my big complaint about Rebel.
Yeah.
At least
I understand that, but even in stuff like Watchmen, there wasn't that much slow motion, and when slow motion was actually used, it made more sense.
Yeah. There's got to be a reason behind it, right? It's got to be impactful. If it's I mean, if it's your signature, you still do it sparingly, and to make it that impact. Okay, it's supposed to be when you start using it, and it's known to be your tool to set up and pay attention. that's when you sit up and pay attention. But when you use it all the time, you lose that tool. You lose that.
I agree. Like it has to be once that Matrix came out. Oh, we didn't know because even the Matrix they used it when it was appropriate.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just it. It's like lens flares with Jar Jar Abrams. It's like.
Yeah, I know it's too much. It's funny, like I didn't even pay attention to that until later on. I said, "Oh my gosh, they're not joking about these lens flares, are they?"
Well, yeah, I mean that's one of the things that keep me from watching his Star Trek because film. Because seeing the picture, it's like, oh my god, this film's going to give me migraines watching.
Right.
I'm not going to. I hate that. I mean, a lens flare for the appropriate thing. I mean, he uses it appropriately at least in The Force Awakens.
Well, that's why
there's only one, and it worked for that.
Right,
it's
and
like, okay, that's your signature, and you did it right.
Yeah, I mean that's how I feel about the Blair Witch. Like I liked the movie, but there was so much shaky cam; it was doing my head in.
Right.
I don't blame the film for that. That's how they wanted to do the film. But for me, and a lot of people felt the same way. They gave them motion sickness, which sucks. But I'm not going to blame the film for that. Like other people, oh, cancel that film. How dare you? Know what you did to me? Yeah.
That was what the thing is. That's the important thing about that film. It's supposed to be from the viewpoint of the person filming.
Exactly.
And it works for that, but you just can't continue doing films like that. I mean, it's just like, one of the things that gets me hard from watching, at least I don't know how it is now, but before, any show on TV, it seemed like the camera had to be constantly moving. You got a character, he's talking about it, but the camera is constantly moving around. I mean, it's not herky-jerky, but still it's moving. It's like, no, focus on him. Don't move that fucking camera, unless, of course, you're going to be panning to someone else that's pertinent to the whole thing. I don't want to get motion sickness watching NCIS or
I was just going to mention Michael Bay.
Yeah,
every Michael Bay movie, you can get motion sickness and shaky cam and explosions galore.
And I still think he never did anything as great as The Rock, because that's still one of
that was a great film.
Best action movies ever made. It's just a great film.
Movie.
It's a great movie. Snappy dialogue. There's a lot of greatness in there. There really is. But even Transformers, like that he was involved in. Now, I still cannot push myself to watch, and Sean Connery, right? He's great in that. I can't push myself to watch those turtle movies that Michael Bay did. Yeah.
Cash, there's only one Transformers movie.
Okay,
I know. Ever need to concern yourself about? There is only one Transformers movie that you should ever spend time watching. No matter how many times you've seen it, there's only one to consider.
Only one shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly?
He beat me to it. I was looking forward.
What a great watch party that was, though.
It was.
It was great. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, again, and I saw it not too long before that, and was still enjoyable. And it's like, again, it's amazing how fast that film moves. It's like nonstop. It's like, this is what films. If you're going to do a film like this, this is how that should be done. And
they should.
It's how films in general used to be done. They used to, just lay it all down and let it flow.
Yeah. I just want to see more great films again, like The Rock.
Me too.
That was a great movie. But I have to say, stuff like the action is action packed, like more recent. Definitely, The Beekeeper is quality stuff.
Yes.
John Wick is quality.
Yeah, I mean, I want those Arnold films again.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Come on.
Come on, want something like Kindergarten Cop. That really took a turn that you didn't expect. That Kindergarten Cop movie.
Oh,
it got dark. Man. I was like, oh, shit.
It did, didn't it? It's been a long time since I got to see that movie. It's been a long time since. But I mean, but True Lies. I mean, it's just amazing. When I went to see True Lies, I did not expect to walk out of True Lies loving it as much as I did, and actually liking Tom Arnold in a role. It's like, Tom Arnold finally got a role he can do.
He had a good role in that. I agree. He was good in that. Yes.
He was a proper sidekick.
Dialogue. Yes.
Jamie Lee Curtis was great in that movie too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she
Everybody was. Everybody was. I mean, that film was Tia Carrera. Even
good role in that. Yeah,
even the cameo by Chuck
a
Heston.
younger Elijah Dushku was in that, like a lot younger, but she's one of the kids. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, wow, everybody did such a great job in that film. And yeah, I realized it was a takeoff the James Bond film, and that was even much more fun. I sat back and go, if there's a sequel and they can do it right, I'd love to see a continuation of this story.
Yeah, it was, but it also had
that. I'm happy with
one
off
to it. Yeah, I mean,
I'm happy with one off.
With the married thing, did you ever kill anybody? Yeah, but they were all bad.
Yeah, I mean that was a great line.
That's great.
Yeah, that was a great line.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they were all bad.
Oh man.
Maybe that should be a future watch party.
I think so.
It's a very good film.
James Cameron was really, really on the ball on that film. Everybody was. Like I said, truly, yeah. I did not expect to like that film as much. I went in with expectation it was going to be a good film, and I walked out going, "Holy cats! This is like an 8, almost 9, a film."
Yeah, it's a very good movie, man. Yeah, it is a fun movie. Yeah.
And I remember all the controversy that came out about, you're making Muslims look bad and all that. It's like the one guy in the radio set back said, well, who's the one that's doing all this? Now, I'm not saying all Muslims. I'm talking about the
right, yeah.
And this is in the middle of a time when we're having problems with extremists out there, which give good Muslims a bad name and shouldn't, because there's just like your Muslim uncle. I mean, he's a great guy. It's definitely not.
He is.
But it's like, well, who are the bad people doing shit like this right now? If this was something that was close to World War II, it'd be a bunch of Germans.
Yeah, be a bunch of German white guys.
Right. I, as a person of German descent, would I be offended by that? No. But a lot of German actors had a good career doing it.
Right. Well, it's just like they talk about Song of the South. You bring that up. It's like, dude, there's black people who actually worked on it and said that they had a lot of fun. What? But it's supposed to be this super racist movie.
It's
Ross is racist. It's not. No.
It's not. No. It's telling the African slave folk stories. And that's what's important. And of course, if we want to remember stuff, you're suppressing that, you morons.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Boy, the World Trade Center was in the news.
Because that was the first attempt to bring down the World Trade Center.
Yeah, in the 90s, right?
And the thing is,
the next one, when
I hate to
brought them down, unfortunately,
yeah. And the thing is I hate to say this, but there was some stuff about that thing that made me laugh. Like, okay, you got the guy who's ahead of that. He's a blind cleric. He's in the United States with a visa for driving a taxi, but he's blind, right?
Right.
And then the guy who rented the Ryder truck that they put all that stuff in, they discovered them because this moron went back to Ryder truck to try to get the deposit down. That's how they found them. It's like, oh my God, how stupid can you be?
Yeah, that's quite stupid.
It's moronic.
True story.
I know it's a true story.
Oh no, I'm saying this for other people who are listening. I know you know but yeah, and you know what? He's absolutely right. A lot of them were German Jews that were in those. Like, take a look at Hogan's Heroes. Heroes.
We didn't have like real Indians. Sometimes you had white people, other times you had Mexicans, until we got something like Dances with Wolves, then we started actually seeing Native Americans and more so in film. But there were also some Native Americans in these Westerns. I can't say there weren't. There were
Jay Silverheels. Jay Silverheels has Tonto.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But Iron Eye Cody, he was a Sicilian. He denied it, but he was a Sicilian. Michael and Sarah played many American Indian. Across the board, yeah. But again, who is it? Chief Dan George. He was in Josie Wales. I mean, Clint Eastwood was more than happy. Oh, and the banter between the two in that film. That's one of the reasons why I love that film. The banter between those two, especially during the fights. No offense, none taken.
Oh man.
And see, and that's just, this has turned into pop talk down memory lane. We're off the rails again. Notice that?
Well, that's the thing. Like even when watching the True Grit.
Here's the
stuff,
thing: we're talking about our own experiences, and we're talking about things that other people will probably go, "Oh yeah." That's how I look at it.
Another film that is always worth a watch party, in my opinion, of course, is Face Off. Face Off is still a great movie.
And right there, yeah, exactly. And it got the Montalban playing in India, not Feather. I mean,
great actor.
Oh, he was a great actor.
He really was.
But yeah, I mean, you had that there. So I mean, it happens all across the board. I mean, even when you watch foreign films, and they're aghast that they're quote unquote doing blackface because they need a role is for black. But the thing is, like in the Philippines, how many black people are there, right?
Am I supposed to? Okay, but that's fine. It's like, am I supposed to get offended that Dave Chappelle did whiteface? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he did.
Are you supposed to be offended by the Wayans Brothers White Chicks movie? No, it's a funny movie.
I never liked that
Lenny Henry's
I'm not
Identity.
offended by that. I think that's crazy and funny.
Yeah, Lenny Henry's True Identity, I think the name of the film that he did, where it had Andreas Katsoulis in it, in fact, and Frank Langella. But here, Lenny Henry, a black comic, and he's dressing up as a white guy to try to avoid the mob. And it was an okay film. I mean, but there were some good laughs in there. I mean, there were some good laughs in there I had. But it wasn't something I'd sit back and say it was a great film. But should I have been offended? No. I mean,
exactly.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of drip. But like he sat back and said about racism. Yeah.
Oh, come on, Anonymous.
Hey,
what the hell, man? Throwing us all under the bus?
Yeah, he is.
What the hell, dude?
I miss Vigilante Williamson. He'd be in here going, you're a bigot. I miss being called a bigot by him.
Oh, man.
Well, after all, he quit doing it because he goes, I know you're goading me on because you want me to say it. I ain't going to say it to you.
Well, I mean, and it's funny because those words they're thrown around so much like candy. They just don't even have the same meaning anymore. Because you call people
a lot of
bigots
words are
and
thrown
racist
around like candy anymore. They've lost their meaning.
They have.
I mean, I get called a racist. I go, okay, thank you.
Yeah, right. I guess I did something right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm supposed to be offended by that. I'm supposed to be offended by all the things you're calling.
Because I'm telling the truth about something.
Well, first of all, I don't have respect for you. I don't have respect for you. I mean, honestly, if I said something bad and say 24 or Vig pulled me into the side and said, "Hey, listen, brother, what you said there was kind of bad and all that," I would feel bad and I would, deeply apologize.
Yeah.
But the thing is no.
It's one thing if you're going out there and saying just actual racist things, but even like that white woman recently who said like the N-word, she's like, well, they say it in rap songs. They say it's still they say they also want to beat this person. It's exactly. So what is she doing wrong? And what is this whole thing about people saying that they own words? You don't own words.
No,
but whatever.
Nobody owns a word.
Nope.
Jeez, Blazer Hawk, you meathead. You're a meathead.
Eat it. It was never eat it. It was eat it.
Eat it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that kind of that. What Bronx?
Yeah. But gentlemen, we have one more article for tonight. It's an article with a trailer that we're gonna watch. Woo-hoo. Are you ready to?
Let's do it.
Strike first, strike hard, and show no mercy.
Yep.
I always do. I never pull my punches. That's why I have to find
which dojo are you a part of? Cobra Kai, Miyagi-Do, or Eagle Fang? I'm Team Eagle Fang. Okay, everybody.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But you don't like Miyagi? Wax on, wax off?
Johnny's cool, man.
I don't know, Johnny. Yeah, I probably lean towards more Johnny's group, but of course now everybody has to team up against some other evil and stuff, which is fine. You know,
Wax on, wax off.
we thought after season 5, it's like, oh, there's not going to be another one. Oh shit.
Yeah, but you still have Kreese out there.
Exactly. You do. Excuse me.
This is going to be the one where I sit back, folks, because I'm not as versed in this. So I'll let Mike and Cash do all the talking. But I'll watch. I'll comment on the trailer though. I'll comment on it.
All right.
Yeah, maybe I should
Cobra
watch
Kai.
this. I don't know.
You should, honestly, Baron. You should.
Okay. I mean, I'll
You
take
might
it.
like it. Did you ever watch the? Did you ever
I
watch
never-
any of the? You didn't ever watch the Karate Kid movies?
I watched the Karate, but I have a hard time.
Okay.
I just don't like those movies when you have bullies and stuff like that. It just,
Okay.
I guess it just kind of hits a little too hard, too close to home for me.
All
But
right, I guess.
but you know, I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try
You
because
should,
you know
man.
everyone
Watch
you know,
one, watch
I know-
two.
Yeah, you
watch
guys,
three.
Coach and
One's
Nick,
still
and
the
all
best,
the others
though,
are
in the
all out
movies.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first, always, yeah. And I
You know,
seen that
don't watch
one.
don't waste your time watching the one with Hilary Swank unless you really want
No,
to.
no.
I've tried multiple times to get into that movie, and I can't do it.
I still can't watch the remake with Jackie Chan.
No,
I
I
can't
know
do
I
it.
won't
I
watch
can't
that
do
one.
it.
I mean,
can't
Pat
do it.
Morita. It's got to be Pat Morita, the
Mhm.
hip nip, as he called himself.
Yes.
And yeah, that's what he called himself, folks. I'm just saying what he said.
You can look it
Yeah,
up.
I mean-
you can look it up.
Yep.
It's not being derogatory. It's not being
no.
racist. That's what the
Not
man
at all.
himself called himself.
Mhm. Yeah, Pat Morita. I love Pat Morita. I love Pat Morita.
Take his lunch money. He doesn't have much though, Anonymous. He's
no,
gonna
I
hide
don't.
it.
I got crevices you ain't ever seen before, so I know where to hide them.
The Cobra Kai season 6 shows off first part of final season, being released as an epic 3-part event starting in July on Netflix. And this was published 6 days ago. It's by Will Harang. It says Netflix
Will.
has released the Cobra Kai season 6 part 1 trailer, which shows off the first part of the final season, which is being released as an epic 3-part event. It's time to return to the dojo. The first 5 episodes of Cobra Kai season 6 launched July 18th, only on Netflix, states the video description. So that's 2 weeks from now, I believe.
Oh.
Or well, a week and a half. A week and a half.
Time is fun when you're having flies.
Says, what is Cobra Kai season 6 about? With Cobra Kai eliminated from the valley, our senseis and students must decide if and how they will compete in the Sekai Takai, the World Championships of Karate. The 15 episodes will be split into 3 parts. Part 1 premieres on July 18th, followed by Part 2 on November 24th. Excuse me, fans will have to wait until 2025 for the final part, which doesn't have a specific date announced as of yet. And as far as this commentator is concerned, he's going to wait till part 3 comes out so he can watch it all in one fell swoop.
You know
There's
what?
pluses
That's a
and
good
minuses
idea,
to that.
actually. Yeah, there is, but yeah, that's not bad.
Well, don't you want to have that suspense where you're just waiting for the next one? It's like, okay,
I mean, it can help, but
yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
Mike doesn't have a bad idea on that one.
No, I'm not criticizing. I'm not criticizing.
Well, here's the thing. All I would be doing is renewing my Netflix subscription to watch 5 episodes. That seems like a waste of money.
There we go.
Well,
there we
you
go.
won't-
He's
we
got
can-
a plan, folks.
We can
He's got a
find other
plan.
ways around that. That's not a big deal.
says the guy who says it's not a big deal.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Excuse me. What?
Yeah, I see where you're going with this, Cashola. Sorry, the Bloom money. We're going to call you the
That's
Bloom.
right. Well, you're a pirate too, man. Oh, you got the pirate picture up.
Well, hey, I'm fast with that stuff. Just
joke.
like on Jason's show, Mike was doing that countdown, and boom, there it was. He knows me. Come on.
All right, I got.
Yeah, I have seen Pat Morita's stand up.
Yeah,
That's
I watched
why
a little
love
of
the
it.
guy.
It is funny.
Oh,
but he's
it's
always
great
been
stand-up.
funny. I mean, you can watch from anything popping up on the DL Hughley show as DL Hughley's neighbor to, of course, the guest star he had on Married with Children.
Oh yeah, that was great.
I still can picture
and
that
the
in my
nudie
head.
bar.
Oh,
the nudie
Marcy,
bar.
did you know how to shake it, baby?
Yeah.
And then
Yep.
they throw him, they
Oh.
steal his money. I laugh so hard.
Yeah, it was like, hey, that's Pat Marino. Okay, this is gonna be great.
It's
Yeah,
great,
I loved
yeah.
it. It's like
He also
what would I-
was like a karate master or something, even on SpongeBob. I think that was like
Yeah.
his last role.
that was
potentially. I
his
think it was.
last. Yes,
Yeah, but it was very good. Yeah,
It was
it's
great.
funny. Yeah.
It was great, and of course, him as Arnold in Happy Days. He was.
Yes.
Yep.
He also popped up in MASH as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like he played the system. He knew how to play the system. And he did a great job of it. He owned it.
Yes.
Yeah, and he had to audition for the Karate Kid multiple times because they didn't believe that he wanted the role.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, you don't want this role.
Yeah. As he sat back and laughed, he said, "I don't even know karate. You know, I grew up in L.A. I don't know. It's like I don't even talk like that."
And the really cool thing is, of course, if you decide to watch this show, Baron, they do honor his character as well.
I was going to ask. I hope
They honor the franchise.
They
is
do.
what They do.
They do
Respectfully.
very respectfully. Yes.
I mean, you almost got to do something like Cheers did with Coach when Coach died. You got to make sure that the spirit of Pat
Yes,
Morita
that
is
was very
someone's
good
doing it.
how they did that. Yes, I agree. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the picture of Geronimo that was in his dressing room. They made sure they had that on the set ever since. After that,
Mm-hmm.
hey, we know stuff.
We do.
Cobra Kai stars Ralph Macchio, William Zabka, Martin Kove, Zolo Muriduna. I'm not really sure how to pronounce his last name.
Those are tough names, dude.
Jacob Bertrand, Mary Mauser, Tanner Buchanan, Peyton Liss, Gianni DeCenzo, Courtney Hendler, there I go again. Vanessa Rubio, Dallas Dupree Young, Yuji Okumoto, Alice Hannah Kim, Griffin Simpertito, and Ona O'Brien. Cobra Kai is written and executive produced by Josh Heald, John Hurwitz, and Hayden Schlossberg. Via the production company Counterbalance Entertainment, and they previously released the following message to fans about the final season. I'm not going to read it here, but you all can read it if you want by clicking on the link.
Yeah, click on the link,
But what we are going to take a look at here, before we do, I just want to say we do not own this content of Cobra Kai. It belongs to their respective rights holders. We are just here to take a look at the trailer, critique the trailer, and offer any thoughts after viewing this trailer for this show that I highly recommend anyone who hasn't watched it, you sit down, you watch it, and enjoy.
And most importantly, we're giving you free promotion. Free. FREE.
Yes.
There. I'm going to make sure they got that part.
Yes. Also known as fair use, as Tim has pointed out, which,
yeah,
unfortunately, a lot of these companies do not view it as fair use.
Mm-hmm. Well, more like the lawyers don't. You know.
We've been through a lot to get to this point. But now we're finally on the same page.
We may have settled things in the valley. But now we have to be ready for whatever the world throws at us.
Holy cow, that scene looked like it was straight out of the 80s. Them going into the high school. It's like, what is this Saved by the Bell?
The one criticism, of course, that that people have always had, or at least some of the criticism that I heard is like, hey, they don't just start doing karate in a high school. What are we doing here? I just start laughing, but it's
usually they start doing that before.
Right, do it outside of the high school.
Yeah,
right?
my daughter was in Taekwondo as a young wee lad.
Was she? Okay.
Yeah, she was. I wish she would have continued on, but she didn't have.
She just got tired of it, I guess.
I don't know what it was, but you played with her with Dark Tides. Do you think that's a Taekwondo mentality she's got?
No, more patience. Yeah. Come on, man.
I took Taekwondo too. It just got to a point where my parents couldn't take me every weekend.
Yeah,
for my lessons because of how far it was.
Yeah, and that was also part of the problem. Sadly, I would have loved to have her keep up with it, but oh well. Enough of that. Back to Cobra Kai.
The Saikai Taikai tournament is coming. Now is not the time to puss out.
Okay, you got me. I'm gonna have to watch now. Just that line.
I can tell you this, Barrett. You're gonna love Johnny.
Yeah, dude, Johnny is hilarious. He is he hates all this woke stuff when he's at jobs. Yeah. Well, I don't want to spoil much for you, but it's typical Johnny.
I heard that he's a hoot in there, and that he's
he is, dude.
He doesn't puss out, as he said. Yeah,
no, he doesn't.
As Adult Moss says, yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm going to have to watch this. Maybe the one that I can chalk up to with the long stuff for you and I.
And even people that you would consider, I guess, woke or some kind of agenda, the way they play it out, Baron, is very cool. Because it's like, I could see that actually happen in a high school. The way these people are acting, definitely. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm. You're getting me sucked in. You're getting me sucked in. So.
A lot of the characters are very. Actually, I think every character is pretty much. This show's not boring. I'll say that this show's definitely not boring.
I will say Tori has had a lot of growth in this.
Yes, I agree with that.
Well, my big thing, a big question is: this one of those shows where you can watch it without having seen the movies?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's the important thing. That's the important thing.
I'll tell you why. Because when they make a reference to something, they'll actually show
the
scene from the movie.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they
will. Give you a base of reference.
Yeah, that's one of the important things right there. If you're going to do this, because there's going to be a lot of people watching it that didn't like the movies or didn't see the movies. Somebody like me. Yeah. I mean, I'm very familiar with Karate Kid. Obviously, when you grew up at that time, you had no choice but know about it. Because he was so cool, man. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know.
And Anonymous is right. You just have to be aware that the massive amount of misunderstandings got a little old after a while, and then it toned down, so it got better. Yeah. So just keep that in mind. Excuse me. Keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You could do that, but I don't know that going back and watching the movies is an absolute necessity to watching the series, considering how well they, put out the crumbs for those who haven't seen the movies as to what they're referring to.
I think for someone who's a fan of the franchise, because you just want to get sucked right back into the whole thing. So, but it's nice to know that you don't have to. And I think for shows like this, and even like the Star Trek movies, why they were, I'm talking about the original ones with the original cast and even Next Generation, that you could get a casual audience in there so you didn't have to be so immersed in the franchise.
Right. That's a fair point, dude.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a very important thing.
You're gonna fight the best in the world.
Do I want to know what that's for?
Training, Rocky IV style. Gonna chop down a tree.
Again, Johnny's the best character.
Johnny's great. There's no doubt about that. And
looks like his character really matured.
Now what could possibly go wrong?
No matter what life throws at you.
Only Johnny. Only Johnny.
This is how you do it, boy. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
If he can dodge a beer bottle.
Yeah.
Our strength is we teach both styles equally. Don't jeopardize that balance, man.
And yes, there's still a little tension between Johnny.
They're working on it.
Yeah.
Well, it's to be expected.
They're working
There's
on
a history.
it.
There's a history, you know.
Yeah, there's a
And that's what's
history
important.
between Daniel and Johnny, and
A lot.
Mhm.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that's important, and you gotta still play to that. So
yeah.
Since when do I run shit by you?
Since we have no idea what we're up against.
Only through pain does the champion reveal himself.
Yes, Sensei!
he's still an asshole.
Of course, man.
Oh, that's the face of an asshole right there. I mean, just
Yeah,
that look.
but Martin does it so well.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, just by if you can just make a look at that, yeah.
He's an asshole.
It's one thing to be the best in town, it's another to be the best in the world.
Just means I'm gonna have to be Robbie again.
No, I will give you fair warning. Sam, Daniel's daughter, can get annoying.
She's okay. She could be worse, but I can see that, I guess. Maybe she's a
Well,
little
there's
bit
always
whiny.
well, there's always that annoying person, even when you're in life. You know, it's like, oh God, they're hanging around us.
She does whine a bit, but I mean, I don't think her character's terrible or anything.
It's kind of like when,
I understand what Mike said.
It's kind of like when Phil joins us. It's like, oh, great, here we go. You know,
She's grown though, like Mike said. She's
well,
done-
that's important. It's just growth.
I thought you were Miyagi-Do now.
You think things are better because now I'm training in your dad's backyard?
I think we have our strongest team.
And obviously, Tori and Sam will still have their rivalry.
They still have things to work out and stuff, but
I love the
I love the Mohawk by Hawk.
yeah, dude.
Ah,
Hawk's
there we
Hawk
go,
turned
man.
into an interesting character and stuff. You'll have to watch from season 1 on to season
Yeah.
5, but
I have to say one thing. I don't know why, but it's so refreshing to see somebody with a mohawk. Like I think it just brings back memories, man. It
Yeah.
brings back memories.
yeah.
None of us. Mega Mohawk.
Mega Mohawk. Here we go.
That's
America.
right.
Make Mohawks
Yeah.
great again. Make Mohawks
That
great
is
again.
cool. Yeah. Make Mohawks great again. There you go. Yeah.
I think they can handle anything.
Bitch, don't you know I know karate?
Oh, you know what? I do want to see Johnny and Daniel come to blows.
Yeah, they will probably a few
get out
times.
any last
Yes.
final grudge and frustration they have against
Right,
each other.
right.
Yeah.
Especially
'Cause that's what-
with their two completely opposite teaching styles.
Hey, that's how men do it. You pound the shit out of each other, then afterwards you shake hands and have a beer, and you find out you're good. You become good friends. I mean, that's how men do it. Come on, don't take that away from us. That's our toxic masculinity.
What's that?
Miyagi-san buried secrets for a reason. If we open, anything is possible.
What did
It's his
Mr.
head.
Miyagi leave behind?
It's
It's
his head.
not his
Baron.
head. Come on, Baron.
Okay, color me intrigued. Okay, I think it sucked me in. I think you guys sucked me in. I'll start
But
watching.
again,
There's
season
some
one on.
stuff on Netflix to watch, man. I didn't think I
know.
wanted the season, but I'm gonna give it a chance.
Well, I know a lot of people praise this show, and I was happy about that. Trust me, I was really
There's
happy.
a lot of
that
things to
people
like
liked
about
it.
this show, man.
But I think I finally got sucked in to go and start with season one and follow through. I guess I just gotta quit fighting that whatever was inside of me and just let go. A crate full of sake. Oh, that'd be good.
Yep, it would.
You know what it is? It's problems and a rag. Wax on, wax off. That's what
That
it
would
is.
be that would be funny though.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah,
It'd be
and-
something he would do. I think if he had something like that, that's something Miyagi would do.
Yeah, exactly. They respect the past, Darren.
Yeah.
Definitely, always.
Well, like I said, when I saw that scene of them going into the high school, it's like, oh my God, it's like, Saved by the Bell. It looked like something I would have seen in an 80s movie type of thing. And of course, the Mohawk doesn't hurt with that effect either. I mean,
No.
do people wear Mohawks anymore?
Some
I don't
do.
know.
It's rare. I think.
Yeah, I
it's
know. That's just
pretty
it.
rare nowadays. I don't.
It is. It's
I
usually
don't.
a half-shaved head.
I used to see more probably in like the 90s.
Yeah, well, that's
probably.
just it.
Yeah.
80s, 90s, even the 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Even the
back when
early
punk-
2000s.
Yeah.
You still saw them.
I mean, I would never have one, but I like seeing them. It
Yeah,
didn't
they were
bother
definitely.
me.
I mean, these people certainly took a long time to get those strands completely right on their head and stuff. That's crazy, man. That's a lot of work.
Hey, I'd rather see a Mohawk than the half-shaved head.
I agree, man. I agree. Yes.
I mean, honestly, and
Not a big fan of the half shave, whatever the hell that thing is. Yeah.
yeah.
The bad
Oh, I
I want to be.
can't-
Apologies, Daniel-san. Miyagi never teach you the technique of the power of many.
You are all the karate.
Then, of course, what'll also be coming on Netflix, we're finally going to get that second season of Arcane.
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
See, and that's my thing. I don't want to resubscribe to Netflix just to watch one show, one
Exactly.
movie.
That's why I said there's other
There's
options.
two shows.
That's right.
There's two shows.
There's other options. So it
Cash
doesn't
knows
matter.
the guy. Cash knows the
It's
guy.
okay.
See, look at it. Look at him. Look at him. Doesn't he look trustworthy?
Yeah, about as trustworthy as a snake oil salesman.
Arr. Well, I think this is appropriate. Arr.
About as trustworthy as a Ferengi.
Ooh, a Ferengi. I want to believe I'm more trustworthy than a Ferengi. Dang. All right.
Yeah, well, Ferengis had big chins instead of big ears.
And big ears. Yes.
He's a chin. For chinny. He's a for chinny.
For Chinny. Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
For
tried.
Chinny,
I
what?
tried. I tried. Okay.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Listen, human. You had a chin procedure.
Oh, chin procedure. He started changing into Dr. Evil.
No, I'm doing my Ferengi voice, human.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
human.
well, it sounded a little like
a little Dr.
Dr.
Evil
Yeah,
started.
we're just critiquing. We're critiquing, man.
Maybe it does, but when I do the Ferengi, my tongue's more toward the roof of my mouth when I'm talking like a Ferengi. Human.
How about a little hug? How about a little hug, human? How
How
about a little hug,
You want
human?
a hug?
Listen, human, this mocking me will cost you 5 bars of gold pressed latinum. Pay up.
Oh no.
Well, talk to Cash Latinum there.
That's who I'm talking to, human.
Yeah, because this is him.
Ah! It's not a liquid! It's a great many pieces of solid matter that form a hard floor-like surface! Ah!
Are you telling me, human, that all the other human would offer me is useless gold? Not gold pressed latinum?
Well, Baron still
There's
has like
no liquid. There's no liquid in gold. There's no liquid in gold. It is worthless without it being gold pressed latinum.
We're still worried about
Human?
the little leprechaun locked up in Baron's basement. He's like, "You give me gold," and the leprechaun's like,
Huh. Hi, I got you there. I don't have a basement. It's just a closet.
"Oh, okay. Well,
closet.
then in the closet. Never mind.
Baron's all, you give me gold, and the leprechaun's all, you give me Guinness.
Guinness.
It's the leprechauns in my panic room, and yes, I do have one. This place came with one of those panic rooms.
And then he keeps asking him the deal about Lucky Charms, and then the leprechaun is getting mad. So yeah, I don't know.
Have you ever cleaned up leprechaun shit before? It's all rainbowy. I mean, it's like cleaning up after a pride parade. That's all I gotta say. I mean,
oh.
But I'm bummed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, I
He
gotta
went
be
there,
insensitive
He went
somehow.
there.
I gotta be insensitive.
That's fine,
somehow.
man.
Yeah.
That's why we're worried about that leprechaun, man, and locked up.
Well,
We
I
thought it was
see-
a basement, but then we
I-
found out it was a closet.
Let me
No,
out
it's
of
a
this
panic
closet,
room.
you heathen bastard. Let me
It's
out of
a
it
panic
now.
room.
It's like
It's a
something
panic
out of
room inside a
DuckTales.
closet. Yeah, it's a panic room inside
He's
a
got it
closet.
locked up in a little chair. It's tied up.
Yeah.
You give me gold. You give me gold now.
Yeah, I'm not going Quentin Tarantino on him though. Okay, I do have my limits.
Uh,
I got my limits.
oh
There's
man, that's
things I
true,
don't do.
Anonymous. That is for sure.
So is there
yeah, I
anything
feel
else
it's
you
Lucky
gentlemen
Charms.
would like to talk about before we wrap things up?
I feed him Lucky Charms. He's well fed. He's taken care of.
Wow, Baron, Lucky Charms, that's a nutritious meal right there.
Well, that's what it says on the box.
You can't always believe everything that's printed on the box, Baron.
Well, have you ever seen a leprechaun on a sugar high? It's kind of entertaining.
Sure it is.
Well, I've heard you on a sugar high.
Yeah, right.
Well, you know, that's like every other show. And I haven't even cracked open the booze yet. Man.
Yeah.
I got a nice bottle of booze right at my feet here. It's like, okay.
Sure you do.
I do. You want me to put it on camera?
The next pop,
No,
the
I
next
believe
pop
you,
talk,
actually.
he's gonna come on going, "Hey,
I told you, Pilgrim. Oh, no.
Is that a challenge? Is that a challenge? No,
I
I'm serious.
told
Is
you.
that a
I
challenge?
You'll be
told
like,
you.
"One will
No,
stand."
no, Baron. I'm not encouraging
No,
you
we're
to do
not
that. I'm just
encouraging
saying.
you to get drunk.
I'm just saying. One day you're gonna come on the show drunk. Hey, welcome to Pop
Hey,
Talk.
Pop Talk.
what do you
I don't
want?
give a shit
You know what?
today.
Well,
Yeah,
you want to know
fuck
something?
this.
There have been a couple of times I've been a little buzzed when I've been doing the show. I had a
I'm
drink. and-
shocked.
I had a
Shocked, I
drink, and I wasn't drunk. I wasn't
Whoa,
drunk. but,
wait, whoa.
What?
Whoa.
Today on
What the
Pop-
hell you say?
Today on Pop Talk, I'm Baron Orman Tag. Yeah, fuck his shit. Where's my drinking
Hey,
poo? Fuck you.
I'm a happy drunk. I'm a happy drunk.
Are you?
I'm one of the- I'm not a- I'm not a-
Hey, Mike. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. How
That's
you
me.
doing?
Oh, is
Yeah.
Mike talking about Transformers again? Oh,
That's-
let me take another drink.
Yeah, that's me. When I'm drunk, that is me. Yeah, I'm the happy guy. I won't put the lampshade on my head if I have.
Hey, why don't you come over here and have a drink with me? Okay?
Have
Come on.
a drink with me. Yeah.
But it makes me really sleepy too. So it's like, boom, I'm down. You know, it's like.
Hey, why don't you have a drink?
Yep. There we go.
He's gonna
You got
pull
it.
a prismatics, dude. That's gonna
Yeah,
happen.
you got it. You got it. Man's got to know his limitations, and there you go.
Yeah.
This sleep brought to you by whiskey.
He wraps
Yeah.
the pirate
Even
flag
Williams.
around his body after he gets
Yep.
drunk. Yeah.
Well, you know, I need a pirate flag. I have an All Blacks flag, and I have an Australian flag, and I have a Minnesota flag. Which one should I use? The All Black one. There we go. Go back to my rugby roots.
There you go.
Hey, Peacock's gonna have the Olympic rugby on it.
Oh.
So don't you know where I'll be? I have to get up early in the morning, but I'm gonna be watching Olympic rugby. The only
Baron,
reason
we
I
gotta
watch the summer games.
We got a show. Shut up, Mike. I'm watching my
No,
rugby.
I gotta watch my Olympic rugby.
I would be, if it's during the show, I'll be watching that and doing the show at the same time.
Oh, look at that!
But I can get loud, especially if New Zealand's in there.
Yeah.
When the New Zealand
I
gets in there.
can picture it now. We're talking about a story, and we bring up a part, and Baron out of nowhere goes, "Yeah."
Yep.
You all right there, Baron? Yeah,
Oh.
he did.
I scare people sometimes when I'm watching rugby because I'm cheering and all that. My daughters hate. My one daughter hates it. She's like, "I'm out of here. I'm out of here. He's a maniac." I need to watch a good rugby match. It's been a while. And of course, they play 7, so it's faster.
Well, I can picture it. You're going, yeah, but you're going, yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Baron. We're talking about how bad this show sucks. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about too,
Yeah.
man. Yeah.
Hey, the two times I went to see rugby in Las Vegas, it was the top of the tier. Basically close to as VIP as you can get. There's only one area I couldn't go, and that was the really top people. But the food was free, and more importantly, free drinks the whole freaking time. The guy, I got in good with the guy who was running the event or was involved with the event. And the second year he comes in and he was telling everybody, "Hey, look at this guy. This guy's a champion drinker," and all that stuff. And I got a picture of him with me somewhere. I got to find it. But, I took a picture with the both of us there. But, yeah, he made sure I was lubricated to the game. But, yeah.
Nice. And
Wow,
real
look at
quick, I need to acknowledge something.
Yep, please do.
You have the ring. And I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Now let's see how well you handle it.
Congratulations, everybody.
Big Daddy T-Gap. Yeah, that's right. Big Daddy T-Gap just gifted some 5 memberships. 5 stealth is optional memberships to some lucky folks out there here on Pacific 4 on the YouTube.
Later, Steve.
Oh,
let's see. Mark the Infinitely Tired has been gifted a membership.
Congratulations,
He's angry.
Mark.
He's Canadian. Oh. He's an angry Canadian.
In Japan,
the membership. Yeah.
He's a samurai, angry Canadian.
Yes. You're wrong. You're wrong. Just, man, you're wrong. Just ain't right. But he's a member now. That's right. That's the right thing. It may be a wrong thing, but
that's just wrong.
But it's a right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff B just became a sponsor as well. Welcome, Jeff B. And T-Gap also says,
Jeff B chasing those Duke boys, man. Yeah.
He says, work has been a bit like rabid monkeys today. Just time to walk by, slap y'all with the memberships, and run back off. Take care, gents. Well, thank you very much, T-Gap. Greatly appreciate. Gift of 5 new memberships to 5 new members of Pacific 4
T-Gap Steve, who is a great friend of this channel. I just want to make sure people know that he's one of our great members. Yeah,
I appreciate everybody.
Oh, I do.
Not just T-Gap Steve. I appreciate everybody who takes time to stop by and watch any stream, whether it's Pop Talk, whether it's a game stream. You're all welcomed to Pacific 4, whether it's on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, or Kick. I know I haven't streamed on Twitch or Kick in a while, but still, everybody is always welcome. I appreciate everybody's support.
No comments from the She Shed. Oops.
What's this varmint saying? He says, this
a
show is optional, hurts my brain. But I'm a masochist, so cool.
You know, comments from the she shed, I tell you.
And the Padawan Beast says, with each soul, power grows greater. One of us, one of us, one of us.
Yeah.
You're all a member of Pacific 414.
You're all
That'll
part of
be
the family. Yeah. And even if you're not, with the subscription, everyone's still a family.
Everyone's still a part of the family, still part of Pacific 414, whether you're a member or not.
Right. You just don't get the spatula. That's all. But you're still a family member.
Baron, you have a lot of spatulas to mail to people.
Mm-hmm. I know I do. I've been getting some angry letters from people expecting them. I'll get to it. I just got to call Spatula City, make sure that everything's being done right. Yeah. I mean, that would be funny if we actually did do that for real. I think that would be absolutely hysterical.
Well,
I got a six of
You know my thing about starting merchandise for the channel.
I know.
Would anybody want to purchase it? That's my thing.
You know what? I think a spatula would. I would.
The Pacific 414 spatula. Which logo would you want it? Because honestly, I have thought about this.
No,
if I sell any merchandise, I'd want to incorporate all the logos that were used on Pacific 414 because I still have them.
Right.
I still use them occasionally.
Yeah, even the vintage. I mean, you just start out small and you work big. You know.
Mm-hmm. And let's see. We also got a member chat from Baron Norman Tag. Not only am I a co-host, but I'm also a member.
Yeah, just like the Hair Club for Men. Yep. Or the Chin Club for Cash, you know.
How about temporary
Best shit ever.
Oh. Don't bring up tattoos.
Oh, God, no. God, no. You had to mention tattoos because there's one person, even when I stopped by his stream yesterday, he still said he was going to do it. He still said he was going to.
I didn't hear it. I must have missed that.
Yeah. Go to yesterday's stream that he had.
Okay. Oh, yes, I was on that one. Okay, I was on that one. Okay, yeah. I thought it was the one that we were on Thursday.
Yeah, yesterday's stream.
Oh,
he mentions that he's going to do it. So I responded, "Damn it, Jace, don't do it."
If he's going to do it in the penis. I'm serious.
You're not helping. You are not helping, Baron. For that, you got a timeout. Don't encourage him.
Oh, man.
Gosh. I swear.
Help! I'm being repressed!
He'll take you to that level every time, man.
You want to clip war? Well, fine.
You tell him I'm coming! And hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
That's right. I said, I ain't giving you no tree fitty, you goddamn Loch Ness monster. Get your own goddamn money.
I gave him
a dime.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Extinction to all traitors!
I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
How about no?
Then you're crazy.
I know you are, but what am I?
You're a nerd.
I know you are, but what am I?
You're an idiot.
I know you are, but what am I?
I know you.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back.
Ever.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Yeah, sure. Yes, ma'am. Just cut.
He said, today is a good day to die.
Where the hell have you been, soldier? Training, sir! Training, sir! What kind of training, son? Army training, sir! Army training, sir!
Yeah, well, you know, that's just like, your opinion, man.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
If you've got an issue, here's a tissue.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Did you say over? Nothing is over until we decide it is!
Lighten up, Francis.
Yeah, that one clip can actually get us copyrights.
The hell you say? Why do you think I interrupted that particular one?
I know, it's so
Relax, will you, for crying out? What's got into you? I'm breaking your balls a little bit, that's all. I'm only kidding with you.
Well, then we should take it off the list.
No. Play it as short as we did. Play it as short as we did.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, we should just trim it down so we get the good part where, you know, when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor. I mean, and of course, just remembering, of course, that we lost Donald Sutherland, his
Yeah, I know.
professor.
Yeah, recently, yeah, it's unfortunate. He had a great life, though.
Yeah, he had a lot of
producer John Landau passed away, and
he did. At only age 63. Yeah.
Oh, that's young.
That's
young.
That's young.
Mm-hmm.
When you're 55 and you hear someone going at that age, it's like, oh my God. You hear the tick, 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 tick.
Well, I mean, I think about my own family history. You know, how young my father was when he passed, my uncles, and you know, I think as I get closer to certain ages, it's like, you know, am I gonna make it just based on history? You know, think about how young my grandfathers were when they passed.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, even my history, you know, I lived 5 years longer than my uncle, but the thing is I got his what I call DAP, the depression, anxiety, and all that. It came in, you know, hit me later than it hit him. So I'm going Howard Hughes now. I mean, I'm going through my Howard Hughes phase. I'm not wearing Kleenex boxes yet as slippers.
But is there anything you guys would like to promote before we wrap this up?
So how exactly did the Germans bomb Pearl Harbor? I want to know that. Well, you know, basically,
all it took was one can of sauerkraut.
Yeah. Well, when you got good sauerkraut, you got some good sauerkraut. You know, have it with some Wiener Schnitzel or some Bratwurst or Jägerwurst.
I've had some good kraut before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've had some beer infused kraut.
Ooh, I don't think I ever had that. Ooh.
Very tasty. Very tasty.
Imagine. Well, you know, I think we can sum all. We already talked about that. That's what got us into trouble. You know, me, I'm living life. I mean, honestly, even though I do have my, you know, my DAP and all that, you know, I can't, it's hard for me to imagine I'm the age I'm at now because my heart isn't there. My heart is still that of a teenager. And you know what? It shows on this show, doesn't it? It really does.
There's
nothing wrong with having energy.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You never had your heart.
And that's what
you shattered.
Honestly, that's what you show, Baron, when you're on the show. You show energy.
Yeah.
Don't think I don't notice it.
Mm-hmm. Even my low energy days, I still try to get that energy out there. And that's just it. I don't feel my age. Maybe my body does, but But I mean, for me, it's just like I'm still that teenager, and that's why, like earlier we're talking, I don't really have the superhero fatigue. I just have the desire. Oh, back from lunch nap. Oh,
Yes,
come on, DJ.
yeah, you know, we're going to be talking about your turtles soon, DJ.
Turtles,
Yes, we're still on, DJ. That's what happens when you start going down memory lane. You like to stay on that road because it's beautiful, it's paved, nice greenery, and
yeah, and boobies. Boobies. Got a boobies.
Bear's in the car as the three of us are going down the highway. he looks.
Bear's the guy when the woman comes by in Caddyshack and da-oot, he's doing his thing. He's sucking in his gut while she's walking by. And
No. He's like Clark Griswold in Vacation.
Oh, that's a good one too.
Yeah,
like, thank you very little. Yeah.
Well, I mean, for crying out loud, whenever we get the ladies coming on the show here, you know, Janet from Their Planet, Arwen, and Kathy, and all that, I start my gutting, even when I'm on the, you know, you can't see me, but okay, time to start the gutting. Gotta look good now. So, you know me.
But
I'm a horn dog.
Seriously, Kathy did give us a compliment. She enjoyed being on the show on Wednesday, and it was like having 3 more brothers.
Yeah, those brothers.
Hey, if someone tells me it's like having three or more brothers, I'll take that as a compliment.
Oh, I do too. Yeah, I know. It just means that no survivors. That's our motto. It's like no survivors. We go out there, we have fun, no survivors. But you know, honestly, this is what basically us.
How many of you believe that having a hobby is a healthy and perfect way to express your individuality? Show of hands, now. Well, you're wrong.
That's us in a nutshell, folks.
Well, I'm like Captain Tennille sometimes going, ugh.
Yeah, I love that. At the end, it's like, oh yeah, that is appropriate for us. That is appropriate for us.
Yeah. But yeah, if you can't have fun doing this, then why bother doing it?
Oh, exactly. Mate, I just come with a paycheck, but yeah, I might as well have fun while you're at it.
I mean, it's not about the super chats. It's not about the memberships. It's about coming on here and having a good time. And even during a game stream, even if I'm cursing, going, "Oh, come on, you piece of."
Yeah. Right, Coach?
Yeah, Coach. Yeah, Coach. You awake?
Coach has been happy. Nope, Coach has been happy. You guys have made some. Everybody's made progress, man. Even Spock wants to join. Spock wants.
Wow.
So I thought
maybe Friday.
We'll invite him to the group, I guess. Yeah. So.
Yeah, have him go Friday because the mom won't be there, so she's going to be busy.
Yeah, he wants to play Dark Tide too. So I'm like, oh shit, all right.
Yeah. So, you know, if she's out, let's bring in Spock. And
yeah, I mean, even if we had a total of 5, we just switch out people each round.
Oh, yeah.
That's all we do.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're equal opportunity.
That's right.
See, and DJ Ronnie G, yes, I'm doing my Ferengi voice again. Is looking for the perfect business opportunity.
Yeah, we know, DJ. We know you, and you're using your turtles to manipulate people. We get it. We get it.
Tugging at our heartstrings. Turtles.
Well, you know what this means. We got to have him on. Come on,
DJ,
guys.
you brought it up, you nut. Okay,
Yeah.
you brought it up first. What are we doing?
That's just because he is Centauri. He knows a good thing. He wants to make sure that there aren't too many nuns talking about
Right.
Crusade.
Yeah, well,
Right-
this
right, Jimmy
Narn
Carr?
had to, this Narn had to protect the Centauri. So yes,
Yes, a quite logical good time.
agreed.
Mm-hmm. Oh God. I think that's a good note to go off on.
Yeah.
Oh, talk about Toidos.
Turtles.
Yeah, Toidos.
Certainly.
Oh, a new turtle. I thought he was going to say he's got a new turtle.
He's got it installed. Do you want to show
No.
it off, DJ? Do you want to show it
No.
off?
DJ, what you got to do is put it on Earth Cam, so it's part of the Earth Cam thing. Stream it, man. Stream the turtles.
Turtle Cam.
Yeah, people would watch it.
Yeah, they would. They definitely would watch
I mean,
that.
I watched the penguins at the zoo and the otters. Why not the turtles, man? DJ's Mighty Turtles.
Not ready to go live yet.
Not ready for
All right.
prime time.
All right.
You don't have the little hats and placements for your turtles right now. You're
So-
trying to make them.
So in other words, your turtles are not ready for primetime turtles. Just like not ready for primetime players, the original cast of Saturday
Yep.
Night Live.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Oh, get dislodged from his mouth. Okay.
All right.
Whatever, DJ. Whatever. Whatever. Not turtle enough for you?
Am I not turtle enough for you? Am I not
Man, it
turtle
wasn't-
enough for the Turtle Club?
That was a good clip. I like that clip.
Yeah.
Yes.
I still have it. I just
I know
took
you-
it off the
you-
StreamYard.
Oh, I know you still got it, man. I know you got it, man. I know you got it.
I still have clips that we used to play in the very beginning days of Pop Talk that we don't play anymore, but I can always upload them.
Yeah, it's sometimes good to switch them out a little bit and such like that. Yeah. Did Blazer make a funny? Oh yeah, he did the turtle. He did the turtle clip.
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing to go out on, though. Go out on the turtles.
I think so too. I think so too. But before we go out, Cash, go ahead and promote what's coming up on the Booligans.
The hooligans.
Hooligans,
You fool.
Booligans.
The hooligans. But anyways, we've got so we'll be back next week with we should be playing Darktide, so more Darktide. Yes.
And hopefully Spock will be with us.
Spock should be with us. I'll make sure of that. We'll invite him to the DM group, so that should be cool. We'll have 5 people in there, so we can more chaos. But yeah, so we got that, and then I don't know what's always going on with Phil. We've talked about doing some stuff, but I'm just not sure right now. So yeah, but there will be other surprises coming up on the Phantom Hooligans, so stay tuned. But right now, just got the other surprises, including what Baron and I have to start working more on our war room, I guess.
Yeah, he didn't like my stuff.
I did not. Say this guy did every time, Mike. Every time he didn't like it.
No, he was having a
He's
critical.
being mean to me. He was being mean to me. I'm upset. I ate some cookies. No, you know what? Actually, I had a forbidden donut. Yes, I know your games, Baron. Then he turned into a bear, and he's it was out of control. It was out of control.
I'm not going to use the bear this time.
Oh, okay, good. But yeah, just the multiplayer stream, then some other stuff coming up on the Phantom Hooligans, including I got the thumbnail already made out for the Inside Out 2 review, so I'm going to be doing an extensive review of that coming up. So yeah,
Are you going to do it before Inside Out 3?
Yes, definitely. Well, I don't know. There doesn't really need to be an Inside Out 3, actually, Baron.
No, I'm just saying about how long it takes to put a video on.
No.
About 3
But,
months
dude,
later.
I'm a perfectionist. It has
You're a
to be good enough, man. It has to be good enough. Yes.
Smart enough, good enough, and doggone people tolerate you.
tolerate you and tolerate you, Baron.
Hey, tolerance is a good
And
thing.
gosh darn it, people tolerate me.
Yep. So,
Anything else?
nope. That's all for now.
All right. Good stuff. Good stuff.
I
And what about
lied.
you?
Oh, I lied. Oh, the Bear's back. And for me, well, of course, working with the War Room with the ever critical Cash Money. I'm going to call him Critic Money. But yeah, we're going to be working on that and hopefully have a good show coming up for series, not just a show, a series coming up. But other than that, my holding pattern is the fact I just hang out with these other two knuckleheads. And of course, anywhere between 6 and 6:30 Central Daylight Time on Thursday, folks, go over to Jace's 540 Studio. That's right, 540 Studio. You go over there and you see Dear Leader because Dear Leader tells you to go over there and do that. Dear Leader's happy for that. But we do have the Beyond over there with, of course, Cash will be there with me. As long as we don't talk about a certain show. We'll have, of course, Prismatics if he's awake. Maybe Kilted Cajun. Maybe, well, Woopa Troopa, he's on holiday, so we won't see him for a little bit.
He'll pop up again.
But he'll come back. We didn't scare him off. We didn't hurt his feelings too much. So we'll see him sometime. And Hoshi might show up. You never know.
He might. Yeah.
Because every time he shows up, Jason's trying to get rid of his money and spend his money when he shows up. But yeah, please join us for that. Again, between 6 and 6:30 Central Daylight Time is when you can expect that on 540 Studio. Jace, that crazy Norwegian. Back to you, Mike. And
all right. Thank you, Baron. And
of course, you were a guest star last time, so we had Mike with us.
It's true, we did.
Yeah.
Well, he sent me the invite link. Said if I wanted to come on, I could. And I thought, I can go on for a little bit.
Yeah. He first got it. He goes, "Oh, fuck that!" And then he saw what we're talking about. Oh, no, I'm on there. So,
well, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's a letter opener.
Yeah, I know.
It's a freaking letter opener.
Oh man!
Oh my! I got him going.
Yeah,
I didn't even mean to, man.
You went there, Baron.
Well, we all have things that start us and get us going.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
really, for the Brits to arrest the guy for a fucking letter opener.
4 months in jail. Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
I know, it's stupid. It's another
with the other
clown
people,
show.
He's probably
Rules
with
for
somebody.
me. I don't believe
probably-
that guy had any intention of hurting anybody or doing anything or whatever. He's just walking around.
Yeah, well, he's
Which holiday? Which holiday, DJ? America's holiday.
America.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah.
Yeah.
The 4th of America's July.
Oh, man.
That
Merry
holiday,
Christmas.
man.
Yeah.
Yes, and I also want to
Oh.
say, if for some reason you're offended by the American flag, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. There you go. That's it.
Where is Cash Money?
Where's Cash Money? What is Cash Money? Why is Cash Money?
Oh my gosh, don't start this nonsense.
Well, Phil's not here, so someone's got to do it.
I guess.
Oh, he might be lurking.
I'm just gonna have to keep that.
I know
forbidden
he's
donut.
lurking. He's always lurking.
I'm gonna have to keep
And-
that forbidden donut away from Baron. It's okay.
And thank you for posting Jason's link in there, DJ. Really appreciate it.
Yes.
Good job, DJ.
No.
He gets a cookie.
And Baron, anything else coming up?
No, that's about it. Like I said, working on the War Room with Cash, and then of course that, and and hanging out with you guys. So
Yep.
Nice.
Maybe I'll get to work on something. I'll quit being so freaking lazy and actually do something. But I'm just.
I mean, you can do a ton of cool shit on your channel, bro. So whatever.
I know. I've been talking about it. I should just start walking the walk instead of talking the talk. bring my wisdom forth onto the YouTube universe.
Hey, well why
Listen,
is you Cash? Why is your Nightbot being a jerk to DJ?
I
Ron and
don't
G?
know. I'll have to see what's going
It
on.
always has. I thought it always has.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't like his turtles, I guess.
I don't know. Something.
It found out he has turtles. Nightbot is kind of an ass. I don't know. It's great.
Yeah, he is. He is.
You got to put Nightbot in line. That's what you got to do.
I don't even have a Nightbot. I don't even know how that works. So.
And DJ says, I got my cool Galaxy intro from this channel. Now I can have a cool SF vibe at the start of my show. Yeah, I noticed that the last time I watched your show, which was last week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was able to find it for him, so I'm glad that I was able to help DJ out. So, and that's what we're about, helping each other out, man.
Mm-hmm.
Helping each other out.
That's what we're supposed to be about, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you ever want to pick my brain, Cash's brain, Baron's brain, and get our honest opinion about something, we'll tell you.
Yes, always.
Yeah.
And there are times I'll show them a thumbnail before I actually post it and ask them what do they think. It's like the one I made for today.
If
I did notice that I had a spelling error, so I did fix it.
If you need a harsh critic on your thumbnails, your videos and stuff, just talk to Jace.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Fats is just too nice. He won't be too critical. Jace, he will.
Well, you know, when I was making the thumbnail, originally I was just going to put the headline there for today's show and not have anything else on it. And then I thought, no. Deadpool and Wolverine need to say something. So I thought, okay, Deadpool's going to say, so this is Pop Talk. Breathe it in, friendo. What a shit show.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Welcome to your weekly shit show.
Like, you gotta, Anonymous, like, dude, I don't know what goes on in your she shed. And if you got a sex spot in there, I mean, more power to you, I guess. But come on, bro.
You know, I haven't seen those in a while attacking. Have they clamped down on those?
They might have. I don't know.
Oh, those used
They
to
might have on YouTube, but you still get them over on Rumble.
Oh, you get them on Rumble? Well, those are more respectable.
You get them in the chats, and then you also get the ones where they post the same message just under a different name.
Yeah.
Saying, you've got a great channel, you're doing wonderful, but if you contact me here, and here, I can show you how to get all these subscribers and followers. It's like, yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah, we'll be doing it from Punjab. We'll be doing it from Punjab. We'll make sure that you get the good viewers. Just share with us with your bank, and we'll be more than happy to help you.
No, hell no.
Good day. My name is Hank. I want to help you here.
Hank from Minnesota. Hey, Hank.
Yeah. I love watching those scammer videos. I get a laugh watching those guys get trolled.
Yep.
I want to see the Russian ones get trolled sometime. But it's always India. Why is it always India?
I don't know.
We got Bollywood. Come on. You gave us good stuff with Bollywood. Don't ruin it now. Don't ruin it with this stuff.
But as far as what's coming up on Pacific 4 and 4 for YouTube and Rumble, Tuesday I'll be playing more Metroid Prime Remastered. I've actually practiced a little bit offline yesterday, so I found a few things. Hopefully I remember where to find them again.
Cheat codes.
I didn't use cheat codes, Baron. It's going around and exploring and learning a game that you've never played before. Going, oh, thank you, game. And then, oh, shut up. And Wednesday, we're going to be having a watch party at 6 p.m. Eastern. And yes, the game stream for Tuesday is also at 6 p.m. Eastern. But this week's watch party is going to be the 2010 version of True Grit, which was a remake of the 1969 classic with John Wayne, which is also a very good. I like them both. I can't really compare the two of them because they have different takes on the story.
Yeah. So in the one 2010 one by the Coen Brothers, does John Goodman come out with a bat and start hitting the horse, saying this is what happens when you?
John Goodman isn't it, but there is a line from Jeff Bridges as Rooster Cogburn who says, "I will abide." I can remember after I watched that, because my mom and I went and saw that movie together, and after we watched it, and she says to me, "Did you notice one line in there that he said?" I said, "Yeah, I will abide." Probably, and I even said to her, I said, it probably had absolutely nothing to do with the Big Lebowski, but just him saying it. It's like, yeah, he's the dude Cogburn.
The dude Cogburn.
Because anytime there was a Western that came out, my mom and I would go and see it together. That was our thing. My dad and I would go see war movies together or go fishing, but when it came to Westerns, that was the thing that my mom and I did together.
It's a good thing.
And I really enjoyed it. Yeah. And as far as what else is coming up on Pacific 4 and 4 for YouTube and Rumble, you know what? I just thought I'm going back down memory lane again, and I'm going to play a game that I always enjoyed playing. And it's one of the games I've spent many hours playing, just having fun playing it, and I'm going to do it on Thursday's live stream. No, not Pong. Not Pong. But I'm going to play
Tetris? Oh, okay.
Well, Tetris might be in the future, but
ooh, that'd be cool. How about
Candy Crush? No, not Candy Crush. I didn't fall into that Candy Crush craze. It's like, oh yeah, okay, columns and Tetris, but it's just called Candy Crush. Thanks. I'll stick with the originals. But anyways, I'll be playing Super Mario Brothers 3 on Thursday, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Ooh.
I may or may not use the whistles to get to the other levels. And I know where to find them.
Ooh. He knows.
Oh no. Tetris sucks. You can't build anything in that game.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not Minecraft.
The worst Lego game ever.
DJ. Settle down in the DJ.
Whistles are a game save mechanism. You can use the whistles so that you don't have to leave your NES on for 18 hours. True. Just go to the locations where the whistles are at. Which that same tune was also used in The Legend of Zelda. In case anybody didn't know.
I didn't know.
But I appreciate it.
I learned something today.
Who says you can't learn anything on Pop Talk?
Right, exactly. I mean, it's good. You're supposed to learn something new every day. I just did, so I don't have to worry about it now. I can go back in my world of ignorance.
But I want to thank everybody who stopped by during today's show, and also thank Padawannabe for his member chat, Baron for his member chat, Anonymous, Anonymous,
Well, everyone else is doing it, so I had to do it. So,
Big Daddy T-Gap, not only did he give a member chat, He also gifted 5 memberships to 5 lucky folks. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. 5 lucky folks got those memberships. Of course, I also want to thank FKHC 2005, also known as Tim. Blazerhawk Darren. Our guest from Wednesday, Kathy Skywalker. Thank you,
Hi,
Kathy.
Sweet lady.
Daryl the Derelict. Good to see you, Daryl. I got to send you a message one of these days about being a guest on Pop Talk.
Yeah. I was going to say, though, Kathy's a sweet lady, even if she does steal internet from her neighbors. So, I mean, just want to say it.
You and Phil. I swear, man.
I'm kidding, Kathy.
Of course, Jace, thank you very much. And yes, turtles everywhere.
And not
DJ
a
Runnergy. Nope. Phil McCracken. Ah, yes, Phil McCracken. He's not a Scottish therapist. But
he's
I appreciate it.
By his favorite actor, Patrick Stewart.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Phil loves Patrick Stewart.
Yeah, he does. He loves Patrick Stewart.
This is Patrick Stewart, and I wish to tell Phil McCracken that I hate him also.
Yeah. So I'm glad Patrick was able to do that for us.
So again, I want to welcome new channel members, Stealth is Optional channel members, Yoram, Mark the Inflamed Tired, Jeff B, Release the McCracken, not to be confused with Phil McCracken, and also the angriest Canadian I know, Angry Canadian.
Angry
welcome,
Canadian Samurai.
And thank you again for gifting those memberships, TGAP Steve. Really appreciate that, brother.
I just want to make an observation. Every time we've had these wonderful gifts from our wonderful viewers and chat members, ever notice when those get gifted out, cash money is never one of them. I just want to point that out. I think even Phil McCracken was a member once, but never
yes, he
cash.
Was.
Yeah. But not cash.
Yeah.
Well, it's random. What can I say? I don't know.
Well, I think the system doesn't like you. It's just like your Nightbot. I think it's like your Nightbot. How he's mean. It's because he's mean to DJ Ronnie G. That's why.
It's like, no, that man has an offensive chin. I don't want to gift him a membership.
Wow.
The man's got a money.
That sounds like some jealousy, but that's fine. Jealous of my chin again.
It could be. It could be. Even AIs have jealousy.
Yeah, I know. Well, and cash is in the eye.
Sure. Right. Whatever, Baron.
Wait. You're saying that you're not an AI? I thought you were, Cash.
You know, that's something an AI would say. That's something an AI would say.
Right, guys. Sure.
See?
And Baron is the leader of North Korea.
Well, how do you like that, Baron? You're now the leader of North Korea.
Dear leader, bring sunshine to you. Dear leader, bring sunshine. If you're having a good day, thank me. Yes, I'm giving.
That's it.
Come to peaceful nation. We have no crime. North Korea paradise. It's paradise. Come.
Oh, right. And who told you that?
Come for the monument. Stay because of the prison. Come, North Korea.
Stay because we put you in hard labor.
We make good movies.
No,
fucking
right.
Leader. Yeah.
Whoa! Well, you see that, Baron? He wants to have cash on without any of yous, meaning us, Baron.
Yeah, but boom, chicka, pow, pow. I want to have cash. Oh yeah.
What
Cash money can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
Okay, okay. This show's now gone into a very weird area.
Well, I mean, whatever floats, DJ's boat, I guess.
We have good fitness program.
Yeah.
But I thank each and every one of you for watching today's show. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure you hit that like button before you leave. Share this out. And until next time, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something.
And pray for our souls.
Oh, wait, you have a soul? Hey, everybody, Baron just admitted he has a soul.
Hey.
What?
Hey, the only way you talk like this is if you have a soul. And I can talk like this, so I'm talking from my soul, brothers. Oh, baby. Oh, yes. I have just a little bit of soul in there.
You hear that? He says he just got a little bit.
Just a bit.
I
But
bring it up for
take care, everybody. Make sure you subscribe to Cash and Baron.
Yes. Oh, have a good day, man. That's right. You have a good day.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Soul, man. You gotta have soul. Soul.
That's right. That's right, all you cats out there. You gotta have a little bit of soul.
All right, Rocket Babies. What do you have to say, Duke?
Puck Tuck is where it's at, baby.
Yeah, that's right. Just as the old Duke Nukem there. He's the
Duke
king,
knows.
man. He's the king. Hail to the king, baby.
Duke Nukem.
Did you nuke him? All right. Bye, everybody. Booker.
Bye.
Okay, StreamYard. Yeah, we're in.
Bye-bye.
We're in